Okay, how's everyone doing? Good to see all you. Hope you're having a wonderful day so far. It is slightly rainy and miserable here. Well, it hasn't started raining yet, but I think it's gonna keep the temperature down, so I'm cool with it. Yes, Kevin, temperature is too high in general. Come on, come on, come on. He's catting like right here, and I want him to cat like right here. Also, when did you mess up my bedding? I just fixed it. Whatever. Just cat. Heard this is the game where leveling up is illegal. It does take a bit. It does take a bit. We paunchin' today? We sure are. Melee Chad, you know it. Priz, how you doing? Pup T, New Mexican. Brother Matt, Roddy, Kitty, Tenor, Reckless Monster, Viper, Carter. Hey Kevin, can I have my hand back? He said maybe. Maybe. Hey, Boobalastica, how you doing? Outriders, Variety Saturday. What I've been doing is melee Devastator stuff. I'm on Apocalypse Tier 33 now, which is a high, because it takes a lot to level higher than that. Um, God damn it, Cheese. Cheese, thank you for the 2 years. 2 years. Time is weird. Yeah, that's so weird to me. That broke me. But yeah, 2 years of me doing anything in my power not to aim. Yeah, yep. Yeah, that's about right. So I don't even shoot on this build anymore. I want to be honest. Here, I'll go over the spec real quick. Today's your birthday, Boobalaska? Yo, happy birthday. I hope it's a fantastic one. Outriders? Yeah, David. Um, Cosmetic gun slots. So, I pull out this one for buffing myself against Arbiters, because it just makes it a little faster, but, other than that, this is if I really need to shoot a burb. I just hold this. Armor piercing, first things first, Death Renome. In a perfect world, the APOC slot here would be Anomaly Enhancement, but, like, whatever. Have burbs? Yeah. A few interesting things you can do in this spec. If you look at my cooldowns here, I have 2.3 seconds on Endless Mass and 2.2 on Grav Leap. I could make these 0, effectively. If I go into my class tree, and then instead of taking these 3 nodes here, if I instead take this one, and this one, then my cooldowns go down to 0.5 and 0.4 seconds. And that 0.5 and 0.4 is not including the armor piercing, the 30% armor piercing from here, which goes into this node. So if I spec this build in a way that has a little less tank, then I have 0 cooldowns on any of my abilities, and I can use them all infinitely as much as I want to. So that's fun. But for the most part, we just run around punching. Let's warm up with... Actually, let me check vendors first. So I did just hit Apocalypse Tier 33 last night. Very late last night. Early this morning, technically. But I wanted to get there before stream. So my gear is almost entirely underleveled. I can have 68 stuff, and the only 68 thing I have is my shotgun. Because I have no anomaly extract, and grinding that is pain. Let's warm up with some expeditions. Frontline? Yeah, we'll start with the frontline. Hey, Viper, thanks for gifting a birthday sub to Boobalastica. Crushing someone's hopes in the most wholesome of way. I appreciate it, I appreciate you. Thank you, Viper. Hey, welcome in, Graffiti? Is the 2 an R? Welcome in. Hey Lupin, how are you? Good to see you. Hope one day to be Quag's sub. What do you mean, New Mexican? Yes, Graffiti? Cool, welcome in. Alright, I've got first things first active. Now we go. Hey David, thanks for taking care of New Mexico. I appreciate it.
You want me to raise your soldiers' morale? There's no one left.
Now you know the clusterfuck I'm dealing with.
Come on, leap. There we go. So, what I do here is I leap to things, and then I punch things. If there's a group of things, I instead manipulate the flow of gravity to make them all give each other hugs, and then I punch them. It's just a lot of hugging and punching. And cooldowns are just kind of a suggestion. I did manage to get a 3 minutes 47 seconds Boomtown without firing a single shot. So that was cool. I didn't even like get Mage's Rage buffs or anything. I'm just punching. Hey, loading. How are you? Mage's Rage is a fair and balanced mod. I've started using it less now that I know exactly how busted it is. I knew it was good, I didn't know it was that good. So, I've been slowly using fewer and fewer things that Devastators are leaning on right now, because I want a future-proof. I want this build to last through balancing. So I'm not using the bottom Pax tree. I'm not using Mage's Rage most of the time. I am simply punching. Morning, Jules. How you doing? Doing work from home, so I'm doing good, given the fact that I need to work. How about you? I'm doing pretty good. Enjoying this build. Enjoying gearing it out, grinding with it. I love how your gun's just an intimidation factor. I was using the one with the blade on the front for a bit, but then I decided to use the rusty one with the shield on the front so I could feel safe. Hey, Holo, thank you so much for the raid. I appreciate it. How'd stream go? What'd you get up to? How's the Ulu Nation today?
Naturally, it's landed on the insurgent side.
Don't mind me clubbing several consecutive grab leaps. We're doing Outriders today. I'm meleeing. So this gun we were just talking about, it's for decoration. And we don't need those. I'm a melee guy. So we are running around as Angry Rockman, punching the floor until everybody's dead. I decided I didn't like my skills having cooldowns, so I got rid of those. Not the skills, the cooldowns. So we can just kind of do whatever we want. Start our dedicated V Rising server today. Ooh, nice. Rockman go Hulk smash? Exactly. Exactly. Yeah, if anyone here is not already following Holo, go change that. Do the thing. Lovely human being. wonderful individual. 10 out of 10 would stand in a DMV line with. So, the highest of praise. Played too many different games. I wish I could say the same. Enemies and Outriders love to hug you. They do. But I like making them hug more. I was gonna try Outriders last night. They got a times 2 Primordial White Rider with crit parts and just kept grinding chambers. Hey, when you got the motivation, Shay, you just gotta go with it. Do what you're enjoying. I was standing in line for a midnight release with you. Oh, that's sweet. Thank you. See, that's true friendship right there.
What a waste of your last words.
I don't like your face, so I'm gonna punch it. More accurately, I'm gonna punch the ground in front of your face a large number of times. But you get the idea. Hey, Lone. Thank you so much for the 5 months with the 3 streak. I appreciate it. Thank you. Ah, bad leap. I can totally sub 6 with this, it's just I'm bad at video games. And whatever. Trials over expos? I mean, of course, but expeditions are shorter, bite-sized pieces of content, less time commitment, so my short attention span, sometimes I want to just sit down for like 3, 4, 5, 6 minutes and just see a timer at the end, you know?
He's sung his last.
How's the boss image on this build in Trials? Arbiters are kind of tanky to this build, insofar as that, like, I do use Mage's Rage against Arbiters to speed it up. But it's the same gameplay loop, I just, at the beginning, I just Mage's Rage, and then I switch to this, and first things first, and then start punching. Cool thing you can do against Arbiters is you can completely stun lock them. Like, they just can't do anything. You can just stun lock. It's funny. Hey, Sean, thank you for the 420. Text-to-speech kind of sucks. Let me pull up my dashboard so I can read that. Hang on. Wonder if you could help me with some wording on skills, please. Firstly, 20% of weapon and 30% of anomaly damage dealt to one affected enemy. Secondly, 200% of killing enemies on damage tags. It's damage globe in your eyes. I don't know much about Trickster. I think that second thing is Trickster, right? I've played very little Trickster, so I wouldn't be someone to ask there. But as for the first thing, so the damage link effects require you to, like, tag the enemy with a thing, whether that be with the martial set, you need to tag them with Endless Mass, or with Damage Link, you need to tag them with your gun. So you do need to, like, prime them for it. But yeah, you can Damage Link share between enemies. It doesn't work against a single enemy, but if it's a different effect you're referring to, something exclusive to Trickster, then I wouldn't know anything about it. Me no Trickster player. Only 26 is a grind? It is. It is a grind. Ooh, anomaly power, martial arts. I'll keep that. I didn't mean to equip that. Where's my gloves? There they are. Didn't mean to equip that. Oh, that sucks. I'll keep those. I don't need that. Both are Trickster, just with the wording, you'd say is global pain transfers from Time Rift. Again, I'm not well versed enough in that area of mechanics that I would feel comfortable giving, like, a guess. It would just be a guess. I really don't know. Running Heat Seeker till I get Lava Lich and IMO, one of, if not the best build in the game for both bossing and mobbing. I mean, Heat Seeker gets out cleared by Lava Lich, but I'm sure that's why you said that. Yeah, it's good. It's just a little boring, in my opinion, because how interesting is the game if you can kill all enemies in the room by pressing 2 buttons without respecting range or line of sight? There's not a lot of gameplay there, so me Angie Rockman, me punch thing. Thanks for doing some testing. Thank you for testing. Trickster's thinking we don't like that around here. Angry rocks you punch. Yeah. See, I just got them sick BL3 numbers. Something like that. Something like that. Something like that. My new Primordial Vorkanar's cog with 30% all damage put into work. Hey, let's go. That's such a reliable item. Just good stats. Bypass the little part variance thing. Lovely. Mr. Adblock, good to see you. How are you? Let's do a Paxian. I like doing 2 or 3 expeditions at the start to warm up, and then we do trials for like the actual loot. Pretty sure Heatseeker can outclear. Really? Interesting. Working my life away.
Hey,
I feel you, man. I feel you. I've been grinding too. Remember to take you time. Good day, everyone. Just popped in to say hello. Dad duties are calling. Do your dad thing, Shay. Thanks for stopping by. Appreciate you.
I'm not the only one here.
So I might fiddle with my spec a little bit, because in both mobbing and bossing, having even that slightly shorter cooldown would be nice. I'm running Despair for the anomaly debuff on Leap, so I already have full uptime with what my cooldown currently allows. But the leap itself is anomaly damage, so I could just have more of them. And that's good single target. But also, more Endless Mass is faster mobbing. Even though I have a lot of uptime on Endless Mass, I don't have complete uptime on Endless Mass. Paxian? Yeah. They give Thermal Bomb AoE stuff, and its seeking means it bypasses things getting stuck in spawns. That's nice. Fine with my dev too? Nice. What tier are you up to, Robert? This isn't frontline. Listen. It wasn't available. We're doing what's available. This map has 5 burbs, and the last one's called Jeff. Ah, is it? Is it like the VAR kid named Marty? Where he just such an asshole you had to name him? Yes.
More incoming.
Cost me a solid 10-15 seconds regularly. Yeah, can be a little annoying. Stupid question. Why is this emote called Wave? Because they're waving. Devastating that outright OC. Yes, yes, Sora. That is exactly what's happening. Well perceived.
Well done, you found a pod. You're gonna give me a hard time for it, aren't you?
So like World Tier 11 has a DLC. It's really fun. It's really fun. I enjoy it quite a bit. A lot more build options. You can see Melee got a lot of juice. It's feels pretty fun. Oh, I missed the sub 6. Bad gameplay. Come on, land already. There you go. Slow.
They didn't make it.
Bet this guy makes bomb-ass rock candy. True. That's Jeff. Kill it. Yeah, Jeff is a dick. Jeff's a dick.
Shame.
How are you, Cryptic?
Whatever you can recover from that pod, we'll use
Still
it to
sub
honor
7
you
for a
all
Devastator that's not shooting. Not bad. I could have had way better endless mass usage, and I could have just not been stupid, but, you know, good.
Outrider detected. Access granted.
Well, glad to hear. Mods you running? I can go through. I did get a chess piece upgrade last night for the first time in like a week. So excited about it. Took me a bit to get a decent one, but... Hey Slick, how you doing? Welcome in. So Marshall, I assume? Yeah, Marshall. I love seeing concussive force just be an overwhelming majority. And, so you can see I didn't shoot a single time. Grew Merciless Chaos Run and ended up with 62k crystals. It took a while sorting out loot. That sounds insane. Ooh. Sounds like fun, though. I would definitely enjoy that experience. Does Mage's Rage proc off any crits or just gun? Only guns can crit, so yeah. Gun crits. So, gun-wise, I'm using an armor-piercing weapon. The fact that it's a shotgun is pretty irrelevant, other than I just happen to get a good firepower roll in this one. First things first, Death Renome, armor-piercing, status, power, healing received. Those are the relevant things. The weakening bullets slot has absolutely no bearing on this gun. So this could definitely be an upgrade. If that Apocalypse slot was like anomaly enhancement, that'd probably be ideal. Because it's firepower scaling for Magma Shelter. Other gun, Final Penance, I just use this for, if I get silenced by a Shadow Beast, then I switch to it for Moaning Winds. Otherwise, I just stack Mage Rage on Arbiters. I have a Revolver with Shadow Comet and Claymore Torrent if I need to do range damage, like, urgently. Armor-wise, Martial Helmet, Wide Horizons is already in the armor, of course. Rolled the second slot for Magma Shelter, APOC slot, Anomaly Echo. Now, you can get Magma Shelter as an APOC slot on Helmet, so that would let me swap Anomaly Echo to something else. I don't know if I would. I probably would. But that's something I'm keeping an eye out for. Magma Shelter is nice because not only does it do what it says, where it gives you that extra firepower scaling explosion on your punch. We don't use the cover thing at all. Mage's Rage, or not Mage's Rage, Magma Shelter also massively speeds up your melee animation. So that's how I'm able to punch like 2-3 times a second instead of just one. Because even if you had the cooldown, the animation would not let you, but Magma Shelter lets you just punch faster, which is much higher DPS. Martial's Armor with, this is the upgrade I got. I got one with Captain Hunter last night in the APOC slot. That's a feels good. This is probably long-term slot. I could get one with no resistance against the fortified in the APOC slot, and then that would free up a mod for something that could be Captain Hunter, could be something else. So I guess that's technically another upgrade I'm looking for. But high intensity is nice because of how frequently we're using Endless Mass. No resistance against the fortified is big because we're doing a lot of armor piercing into resist piercing into cooldown and AP shenanigans. Martial's Pants, because these are the three that roll anomaly power in this set, and also the mod distribution is nice. Exposing Strike is growing on me. It was just kind of an incidental thing I had. But inflicting vulnerable on enemies while mobbing is nice. Does that have a damage versus elite or just Captain Hunter? There's a Pax node for elite damage, Priz. There's also middle skill tree, but middle skill tree is bad. Not bad. I shouldn't say bad. In comparison to bottom skill tree, it's not good. Better than top skill tree, though. That one's bad. Bone Crusher is nice because Endless Mass is a huge chunk of our mobbing. Unstoppable Force for the aforementioned shenanigans. Martial set's great here because we can pull in a group of enemies with Endless Mass, and if we have enough of our AP buffs up, they just die from the Endless Mass itself. But additionally, we can also pull enemies onto bosses and then punch them for much bigger damage. That's the fastest way this build can kill Arbiters, technically. But, yeah, more on that later, probably. Concussion or Gauntlets, just because of the mods I happen to have in this one, this is not optimal. I really want Gauntlets with AP primary. But Martial Arts is important for our melee spam. Power Assimilation is just nice to have. And Despair is for our boss damage mostly, because we're able to leap on such a short cooldown. We can just have full uptime on Despair. Concussion or Boots, again, because of the mods. Untamed Power is going to activate on every one of our Reflects, every one of our leaps, every one of our Endless Masses, and every one of our punches. So we get a lot of triggers of this. It's very powerful. And then we get just raw melee damage with Concussive Force and Brawl. AP Boots would be better here, but I just don't have the gear for that. Skills-wise, Endless Mass, Reflect Bullets, Grav Leap. These cooldowns can get down to 0. Well, technically 0.1 seconds, depending on how you spec your tree, but yeah, you can get this down to 0.2 and this to 0.1 pretty easily. Reflect Bullets effectively has no cooldown because we cancel it for the refund, so it's fine. Class tree is this currently. We put wasted point here to get the 10% armor piercing here, extra resist pierce here, and then it's pretty standard for punchy stuff here. Hated this demo, not a fan of third person. You're making me wishlist this game for future sale. Hey, let's go, New Mex event. It's a fun game. I really wasn't sold on it at first when like the demo was out, but I tried it when the game launched. I was like, oh, this is neat. And then it just consistently got better over time. Bought the game yesterday for $20. Nice, that's a good deal, Mr. Maidenless. Not played this since before DLC. I didn't get too far in. Try out 4 classes, which is best for soloing. You can solo with all of them. In terms of, like, the most ridiculous things being done right now, it's hard to quantify, because each class has some crazy stuff. Like, on Trickster, you can one-shot bosses. On Pyro, you can one-shot bosses. On Devastator, you can one-shot bosses. It's the hardest on Devastator, I guess, but you can. On Techno, you can one-shot bosses. Like, you can just kind of do whatever you want in this game. All the classes are strong. There's the most people downplaying Trickster right now because they don't like change, but all the classes are strong. Best for surviving, Devastator. You just don't die on this class. You just don't. You don't. I'm not even using the ludicrously overpowered shield packs node that makes you double immortal. I'm not even using it. You don't need it. There's a lot of Devastators who are swearing by this and they're talking about how good Earth and Shell is. I disagree. Earth and Shell is monstrously overpowered, sure, but the thing with Earth and Shell is it's on a Devastator, so what does it even do? If you are ever in a situation where Earth and Shell is saving your life, you are either choosing to take a risk you don't need to take, or you're lacking proper survivability elsewhere. Like, it's just so unnecessary. Now, there's other stuff down here that's really nice. Like, this node, this anomaly damage to bleeding enemies isn't okay. It's not okay. And then this is just good. This is just good. And then the damage storing shenanigans are kind of nuts. But in terms of what else is down here, this cooldown is inferior to this cooldown. Not super well known, but there you go. And I'm not doing seismic stuff, so this isn't relevant to me anyway. Is there a dot damage build? You can do dot stuff. Each class is associated with like a different dot. But yeah, you can. Damage stored the Devastator. Did enjoy this class? Yeah, this is my favorite one as well. This is my favorite one as well. Monotonous grind and lack of decent reward drops is lame. Feel like you're being punished for grinding the game. See, that's a thing that I pretty consistently sort of disagree with people in the looters I play. Ultimately, I'm a builds guy. I play for the gameplay. Getting the loot is nice. Getting gear upgrades is definitely preferred. But I'm not playing for loot first. I'm playing for gameplay first. So if I'm having fun in the gameplay, I can sort of forgive a lot. I do want the loot acquisition and the trials to still get some love, because it still feels like, in expeditions, the higher you go up in chaos, or not chaos tiers, apocalypse tiers feel kind of but I still enjoy the gameplay, so I still do them. So I'm gameplay first. That was a lot of talky. Let's do another run. Check vendors first. I wasn't tracking the timer on that, so I have no idea if it's rolled over. Let's play for story and gameplay. I wouldn't say this is a remarkably well-crafted story game. The expansion did some story beats that I liked. But it's an interesting world. They definitely got better over time with their storytelling. But the gameplay of this game is really what draws me in. Man, I don't know why I was so slow there. Like some daily reward content would be a nice mix. That's the thing. People Can Fly have been pretty adamant that this isn't a live service game. That's a live service element. So, like, I'm not saying that would necessarily be a bad idea, but it's definitely against what they've said they want to do with the game. So, like, there's that. I lost a lot of time in the first room, and I made a little of it back there, but...
It's like I've wandered into some maniac's idea of a party. Look at that. There's a pod here.
I love how fast this build does that room. It's very satisfying. Endless Mass cooldown is so sick. Oh, I didn't get this sub 4. It's because of that first room. Crashing the Party is one of the coolest rooms, so many satisfying ways to do it. Yeah. Eruption, Phaser Beam, Endless Mass, Omen. Pretty satisfying for that. If Trigger Twitch wasn't terrible, that would be really fun for that, because 360 AoE stuff.
Outrider detected.
Like the way you're able to destroy everything in your wagon to pick this class. Hey. Yeah, I picked this class originally because it was between this and Trickster. Because I really like movement mechanics in games I play. And Devastator and Trickster are able to just kind of bop around the battlefield in whatever way they want. I ended up choosing Devastator because of the flavor beyond that. But yeah, both those classes can do that. Dev can just do it while also being immortal. Icicle Storm Techno is amazing for it. Cold Snap and then kill one thing and everything shatters. Ooh, nice. Yeah, my best tier is 340 for Boomtown. That was not fast in comparison, but this is with slightly under leveled gear now. I did just bump up to 33, and also that first room was really bad. Hey Cheeky, how are you? Why do I keep doing that? Where's my gun? Where's my gun? Oh, I referenced it a few times, but I may as well show you guys like the max cooldown spec, because it's amusing. Devastator's so underrated. That's why I like the close-in-your-face brawl combat so satisfying. 100% agree. I've been enjoying Devastator since the game came out, and it's had long periods of time of people being like, oh, Devastator's bad. Like, no, maybe you just aren't creative. So yeah, 0.5 second Endless Mass cooldown, 0.4 second Grav Leap cooldown, and this is without having this armor piercing, 30% from this Pax node, which takes it down to a 0.2 and a 0.1. So yeah, you could just run around with no cooldowns. The thing with this spec is I'm losing a lot of armor, a lot more armor, and a lot of resistance. Losing these two things is the big deal. So like, I can do a partial spec like this, but it's just kind of impractical. We'll run an expedition with it. You'll see how squishy I am. Another Paxian, sure. See how squishy I am with this, but yeah, I know, squishy death. It's fine because we have massive skill leech, we have no cooldowns, and we have iframes from Grav Leap, plus reflect bullets. So it's still very workable. See, my AP went up a little bit as well. But this is definitely a squishier version of the build. Any good loot today? Not yet. I got a couple upgrades last night, though.
I'm not the only one here.
See, like, I just don't have cooldowns. Simply not a thing. I haven't been hit yet, so the weakness hasn't reared its ugly head, but I'm really not kidding when I say I'm squishy. These enemies don't often get a chance. Ah, burps. Skills you press matter in order. What do you mean, in terms of what I'm using in gameplay right now? The main thing that's my damage dealer is my melee attack. So I'm just kind of spamming that. I'm using my Grav Leap as a gap closer, using my Endless Mass as a grouping for enemies, and a targeted stun. I'm just hitting Reflect Bullets every so often. That's that one. For buffs.
Pharaohs in the farm.
Cooldown's a suggestion instead of a game mechanic. Real. Early main Impale and Devastator, gonna give Marshall set another shot with one. Yeah, Marshall's sick. You can do this with Seismic Commander as well, Pat. It's just the mods are a little more awkward to make it work, and you do lose a little bit of AoE damage. You gain some single target, though. Because Marshall's not really doing anything in pure single target for me. but you can make this work with Marshal, Seismic Commander. You can even do it without set bonus. It's just you lose the Marshal in mobbing, but honestly, you don't really need it in most circumstances. It's just nice to have. The biggest thing I've seen is people, when World Slayer dropped, were assuming Dev Melee was bad. Like, I saw a bunch of that around. And like, no, that's not true at all. Concussioner set is bad. That's the difference. The set for Melee for Dev is the bad part, but the Melee itself, really good. You know you're a skilled piano player? Oh yeah, I'm mashing buttons. It's great.
Well done, you found the part. I'm gonna give you a hard time for it, aren't you?
There's the squish. But Marshall came in clutch. Didn't have to deal with the boss from that. Melee for Devastator has always been OP, just part of skills to play, and that's all. Yeah, the damage output of it was always good. And you could just incidentally have a strong one, because, like, the Impale and Earthquake builds always just had, good stuff that happened to support it. But a big thing we got with World Slayer was Magma Shelter. Magma Shelter lets you spam the animation a lot faster. Like, I'm able to punch about as fast as a pistol Earthquake, which is extremely fast. So, we got spam with World Slayer, which is something that Melee didn't have before.
They didn't make it. The survivors found a pod, but
There we go.
they got caught before they
So,
killed
like, much faster cooldowns with this tree. I'm just very, very, very squishy. Like, my armor with this is 300k, whereas my armor with the other spec is over a mil. Translates to losing like 22% damage reduction or something. It hurts. Squishy's still a dev. Still a dev. I still just skill leech. So. I haven't taken this particular tree through a trial yet, so I suppose we can try that and die and make the build look bad. Does so many animations. Yeah. One of the other things that drew me to Devastator, I suppose kept me there, because I didn't know about it when picking the class, but it's something I liked right away, is the high actions per minute requirement. You are mashing so many buttons as an AP Devastator. And that's a good time to me. Very frenetic, very fast paced. In terms of just skill activations, I punched 158 times alone. I wasn't as good about keeping my Reflect Bullets AP buff up as I could have been. Oh well. Is there a middle ground spec I can do to still at least get Protected by the Anomaly? I mean, I could give up 2 points. No, I'd be losing cooldown there and cooldown there. May as well give up 3. I can afford to lose 1 or 3 points here, but I would need 3 to get all my survivability back here. I guess maybe I can try that. Or I could move 1 from here to there. Get that 15 damage mitigation. Would that work out better than having that much armor? It might. I mean, I could also give up my firepower scaling off of Anomaly, because that's only helping Magma Shelter, but, like, having Magma Shelter do meaningful damage is nice. Armor should already be giving you fairly little. I know for a fact that I was breaching 70 with the other point allocation. Like, it should be a little, but it's like 700k difference, Priz. Like, it's a massive difference, because scaling armor off anomaly power, already, like, unbuffed, I'm sitting here 1.6. If I activate first things first, that's a lot more, and then with all my other bullshit on. 40% less damage taken versus physical, 0% versus anomaly, yeah. How many times can you respec in this game? Does cost go up? Completely free at any time. Completely free at any time. You can just reallocate your points whenever, wherever, however. And that applies to the base class trees with this, that applies to the PAX trees with the World's Lair expansion, applies to Ascension. Change all of that. So maybe we can give up 10% armor piercing for 15% damage mitigation. Because the 10% armor piercing is being converted into 10% resist pierce, which is being converted into 5% anomaly power. And that 5% anomaly power, 15% of that is going into our firepower. But also, the armor piercing, 50% of that is going into cooldown. So this is 5% cooldown and a bunch of other stuff. I could just go for the damage mit. Did some tests, it turns out it's pretty much all global damage. Rift is on a 5-second cooldown. It's a lot of spread damage. Ooh, that's really nice, Sean. Love to hear it. I do have a bunch of interest in all the other classes. It's just the Apocalypse tier grind is very lengthy. So I haven't yet even gone through the story on my other characters. I'll have to finish that for, honestly, just getting the transmogs from their sets would be a lot. And depending on what mods roll in the pyro set gloves, I might actually have use for those. For my dev. Something I meant to look into, but never did. Which gloves? The melee set one. Because those are those AP? Because Because if they're AP primary and they get some generic melee related mod, then that would be something I could target farm for this. I'd want, you know, probably claws in the APOC slot, but which would let me change out my legs for something else. Okay, so I have 6 points from here. I could grab 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Or I could go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. More health. Yeah, I'm thinking that. Brawler's a dead node, but it lets me get 2 armor breaker nodes. Max health, heal and receive close range, pyro skill plus ash cleaner. Oh, never mind. Thought it rolled better stuff. Guess purple gloves are still the dream for this. Because Concussioner has good mods, but it's max health. And I want something more like this. So like you can get martial arts in APOC slot. So if I get APOC slot, power assimilation, martial arts, regular slot, or you know vice versa, then I can just swap the other mod for despair and just have AP instead of max health. On Tecta, for example, you can set one place the Trickster and Pain Transfer on extended range lift time. You can just push damage. Or set anything when we're doping the AFK. Eye the Storm Farm, and enemies really far away still dying super quick despite no one shooting them. That's interesting. That's good info to have, Sean. Thanks for sharing. So 130 armor pierce, 155 resist pierce, which equals cooldown wise 1.8. So I think that's a middle ground cooldown wise between the spec we just ran and the more reliable one. We lose 6% skill leech and then a bunch of armor and a bit of resist, but I think the damage mitt is worth it. We got a little extra health out of the deal. Can always change that, because we can respec on the fly. Let's do a trial. See how it goes. Survivability shouldn't be an issue against anything except, like, if I'm not paying attention during Acreal.
The Tuma thought these pharaohs were following some primal instinct, but
in which case, I can just iframe with Grav Leap.
his father's power drawing them?
If I die, it's my fault.
Is it drawing me?
How do you handle bossing since Endless Mass doesn't work on them? Despair plus melee? Yeah. Despair plus melee. I also allow myself Mage's Rage against Arbiters, period. But I don't against anything else. Also, hi. Good to see you. The squish is a little scary. I just gotta be more proactive about staggering with reflect bullets, and I think we'll be fine. Like, instead of doing nothing, I can always pop reflect bullets with untamed power and the knockback. the squish. Yeah, losing all that armor, like I mentioned. I don't think I like it. Here, let's abandon because I don't want to lose the life there. Omega lol. We'd go back. We're gonna lose a second and a half on cooldowns for 700k armor, and I'm gonna stop stressing about that because yeah. I honestly wish I didn't have to take Unending Watch. It's awkward. 'Cause there's no real way of getting to strong armor the anomaly without taking either Colossus or that. And taking Colossus requires me to go to Into the Fray, which I want to do, but I don't know, we'll see. Alright, protected by the anomaly. We can take Armor Breaker Into the Fray. I could take either Perpetual Motion Into the Fray, or I go Skilled Sentry, Pure Anomaly, and then still get Into the Fray. A lot of tank that way. How's the cooldown so far? Not great. This probably isn't applied. That's 4.1. Could go up to Perpetual Motion and then Skilled Sentry. Maybe do that. Yeah, that'll be it. That'll be fun. Awesome to see you play other games with your big brain again. I love this community. It's good to see you, Will Pat. How you doing? Greetings all, it's the heavy heart. I say that Theodore has made me his bitch projectile heck as my punishment. Just do Reaper of Bones. Easy. How you doing, Jaybridge? Good to see you, Higgy Britt. How are you? There we go. So, with the Catacombs, does it remember if you didn't do a full run? Because I feel like every time I reset, it's just not open. Or is it random? It remembers? Okay. One chance per final ARP kill. That tracks. That bridge is unfair. You're a pyro, shut up. funny. You're enjoying it, Wolf Booty? I'm glad to hear. How you doing? Yeah, I think for expeditions, running the max cooldown spec is the play, because like there's just so little outgoing damage. But for trials, I need that armor. Having better APOC mod slots would help me, because I could probably do something stupid like self-med. But, eh. I think claws on my gloves would be a huge upgrade. Because I did get some martial pants with move through, so I could just immediately swap to those instead of these. And then I just have full uptime on vulnerable instead of just large uptime on vulnerable. It helped my single target quite a lot. Showing off now. I legit don't know how to walk through certain areas. Like the last side area in the trial, the snowy one. Yeah, I have no idea how you're supposed to progress through that area because I just I leap. So I've legit never seen the actual intended path. Try to complete concussive armor set with splashy, nice to look at, can go fast enough, tanky, sure, but no damage. Yeah, concussioner sucks for damage output, because for it to boost your damage at all, you need to take damage. And the damage it gives scales off your armor, which you can have a lot of with some weird investment, but like, it's awkward. You could just boost anomaly power and run Marshal or Seismic Commander or even Purples and get a lot more of it and simply do more damage. Concussioner is literally worse than Purples for doing this. Marshal's my preferred option because it also just the mods play very nicely on top of the set bonus being good. But Seismic Commander would be really good single target if you could get the mods function. I don't know how many dead mod slots you get there. Honestly, the way Seismic Commander rolls work out,
The city's army must have been
you
unstoppable.
might go
But Atuma never spoke of any enemies worse than themselves.
Earthquake over one of the skills instead. Maybe. Would give you some range. Hopefully Concussioner gets fixed soon with the July patch as promised. Yeah, hopefully. Concussioner and Trigger Twitch could use some stuff. Trigger Twitch actually works on this build, funny enough. Like, you can get it running. And Trigger Twitch is cool, because it does... The special attack does trigger your on-shot mods. So, like, my pistol has Shadow Comet, and Trigger Twitch melee triggers Shadow Comet, so... I mean, you're shooting a gun in a circle, so it makes sense. But, it just doesn't do damage, it's awkward to trigger, and the mods are kind of terrible. Oh yeah, what do I want to farm this from? might farm pants. Maybe. Or helmets. Helmets would free up a slot. We could drop Anomaly Echo for something else if we got Magma Shelter in that slot. I'll cross that bridge when we come to it. Love and Techno. Nice cryptic. Farm pants. Overalls, if you will. But yeah, Wolf Booty. You're not the first person who is kind of off-put by melee because of Concussioner. Which is sad. Also, the mods on it are awkward in some slots. Like, if you're not gonna use Equator, then the pants are just awful. The gloves and feet are good mod-wise, but they're not anomaly power. Nor are they even fire power for Magma Shelter. With max health, which you don't need. A weird set. Toronto Blanks is the best cursed comment to chat with today. That was an acceptable one. Good job. Out of range. There we go.
With the power the Father wields,
I am missing that cooldown.
I've no doubt
It's to the point where I'm considering giving up a little bit of resist pierce for more cooldown.
the anomaly's been twisted for centuries. Maybe because this is so close to wherever the anomaly comes from.
Also, is my first things first not on?
This.
It wasn't. Sad. That's probably why my cooldown felt awkward. I could move that there. That would only take it from 2.7 to like 2.5 or something. It's fine for now. Oh yeah, can we talk about how cracked Deathronome is? Like, it's so unreasonably good and not in a bullshit way like Mage's Rage. It's just really good.
Tuma said the Father built a palace over his passage. Find his throne room. I can probably find the entrance.
Burbs.
These were gardens. Maybe. Would have been nice to see this place in its prime. Not
Overestimated
anyone
my
here is
range by
interested in
a
tending
lot.
to flowers anymore.
I'm happy seeing 15 mil punches without Mage's Rage. That Captain Hunter is really helping a lot. I wasn't seeing those numbers before. That 200 mil gunslinger build, saw today, was insane. I don't really keep up with other people's builds too closely in Nexus. Also, I'm punching. But feel free to tell me about it. How you doing? Hitting these buttons turn off first things first. Yes. Yes, it does. Icon bottom left. Ah. Is it bad that because of playing so much Wonderlands, I'm used to a buff bar just not being helpful? Wonderlands BO3. I just don't even look at it. The only thing I've used the buff bar for, really, is the PAX node for removing effect resistance from elites. That has a very bright blue icon on the buff bar, so I can at least be aware of that. Functional buff bars took me ages after Gearbox games. Yeah. I'm trying to think of the last game where I actually looked at buff bars. It might have been Star Wars: The Old Republic. It's nice to have a good one. I guess Diablo 3 I net buff bars. Fine.
After they called the anomaly.
So rewarding. Vermintide has a mod that allows you to move the buffs to center screen. Nice. Dying Fire Breath would be interesting for this, especially for the low survivability spec, because then I could really do the twice as hot thing. But I did a trial run of a twice as hot spec, and for some reason it just wasn't good. I was kind of disappointed. It on paper sounds a lot better for the setup than it actually turned out to be. Of course we get this on a cannonball. That's tragic. That's actually frustrating. That's good enough that I don't even want to get rid of it. Because max health gloves. I hate that I'm keeping a cannonball piece. Yeah, Kingslayer on Sasso Commander's alright, but Sasso Commander's, so no. Cannonball's a melee set. I mean, yeah, but Cannonball's a better melee set than Concussioner, so like, there's that. Concussioner having slightly better mods in 2 of its slots doesn't make it a better melee set than Cannonball.
Was it lost to history? Or were they terrified of it?
Get Martyr and Cannonball more often than anything class related? Yeah. Head out. Sounds good, Cryptic. You're already gone probably, but thank you so much for hanging out. Oh yeah, I'll allow myself Mage's Rage for this. Arbiters are silly.
What
Oh, my game's stuttering so much right now, but alright. Could have been faster. I fucked up. I don't really need that armor increase now that I went back to the appropriate spec. But like, what do I take instead? Not shooting, so the crit stuff's irrelevant, mag's irrelevant. I don't need more skill leech. I guess I could take Healing Received? That would actually be, like, the play. Hang on. Be more useful than armor. What did these drop
This
again?
has gotta be the palace.
Helmets,
Now to find the
pants.
throne.
Oh, okay, so this is the can I kicked down the road. Am I gonna farm these, or am I gonna farm Arbiter? That is the question. AP stuff just runs out of meaningful gains around 90 to 100. Helmet would let me swap out Anomaly Echo if I got Magma Shelter on a Marshal. Like, fingers crossed. And then what would I do with that mod? That's the question. Danger Close would be more AP in mobbing than Anomaly Echo, but I'm already getting Power Assimilation for, you know, extra AP in mobbing. Raw AP scales Untamed Power, which is why even overstacking it is still nice for me. It's also dipping into my firepower because of my class note. Getting gloves with claws instead of power assimilation would be the long-term upgrade there. That would let me swap out my pants for these that have move groove, which is minor, but it's something better. I suppose getting grav leap damage in an APOC slot wouldn't be the end of the world. That would actually work out nicely. Let's get the pants and then we'll farm helmets. Until first things first gets looked at, doubt they're fond of the zero shooting T1 mod being a top stat stick. That's a good question. It's a T1, so they'd probably be comfortable just flat nerfing it. And even if in a world without first things first,
it clearly wasn't just war they
it's
were
like,
interested in.
whatever.
I wonder if
Because then I just switch to Anomaly Enhancement Death or Gnome. Now, the perfect trifecta of the three would lose some effectiveness, but as long as it still functioned, it'd be fine. Best case, I want first things first, Anomaly Enhancement Death or Gnome on Armor Piercing with status power and healing receive. That's like the perfect weapon for this. Good thing about that, it doesn't necessarily have to be a primary. Like, it could be a pistol. I know pistols have faster animations for Earthquake. Does it have faster for Endless Mass? That could be a big deal for me, actually. I love it being a T2 with condition. AP stuff's comfortable, isn't it simple? Like, in terms of things relevant to this build for weapon mods, because I'm not shooting, but the only reason I'm specifically not shooting at all is because of first things first. So I guess I could just go damage link, or some other beneficial once-in-a-while shoot effect. If first things first wasn't on the table. Like, vulnerability rounds would be a play, but the plan currently is to just get claws and APOC on gloves, apply vulnerability that way. Maybe stuff does like shooting, stuff like Arms and Anomaly. Yeah. Arms and Anomaly would be good. I could get that on gloves, APOC slot, and then run vulnerability rounds. I could just go Shadow Comet for just having some range when I need it. Shadow Comet on shotguns is nice. Also have to remember to prog a room to room. You're absolutely right. My terrible memory forgot it. Thank you, Lysander. New DLC good? I'm enjoying it a lot, Evil Unicorn. I'm enjoying it quite a bit. I'm all about builds. I like messing with different builds, doing things in unconventional ways, defying expectations people have about how classes work, all that stuff. So World Slayer injected a lot of replayability into the game. People who play purely for loot are expressing some grievances with the drop system. and people who want to simply chase biggest numbers are annoyed with how long it takes to get APOC tiers. Personally, I don't care much, but those are the things people are dissatisfied with, if you're curious. First things first, triggering at the start of the reload means I often run it with Arms and Anomaly and just take the half sec downtime to keep plus 300k AP. Logical. With how often I am punching or leaping or something, it's, for my scatterbrain, it's a little bit better for me to just not have to include juggling, shooting, and stuff in there at all. That is just me being low effort. Love to use some of my pyro gear on Techno. The grind to get Techno up tiers is off-putting. I was thinking about just getting like a pyro and a Techno up to like 55 gear, and then just sending gear over and upgrading. It'd be super expensive, but gripe is the cost to upgrade gear. It's very prohibitively expensive. It's balanced around the length of time it takes to get any XP at all, which on paper might sound good, but when it's taking you like a full day of grinding, like nothing but trials, efficiently for a level, and you're getting barely enough materials to cover upgrading your pieces to be on level just before you hit the next level, like, it doesn't feel good. That doesn't feel good. Like, I hit 33 last night, and I've only had the resources to upgrade one piece since then. Just this gun. That was just a purple. Upgrading legendaries, no shot. Shame that's armor boost. Hey Sindri, how you doing?
Every empire falls, but what was in that
Contrast to Quag, I did one expedition at 33, and now all my gear's on level. Let's say issues more expos don't offer extract.
Let it fall.
Yeah, I do a lot of expeditions for fun. That could be it. They don't give a lot of XP individually, but I probably do enough that it's a large portion of my overall gain. I do need to shift to doing more just trials. About the same number, but time-wise, that's 8% trials. Makes sense. Which the loot from Exos, the loot from Exos never close. Yeah, it's just, you're basically doing expeditions for fun. Extremely infrequently you might get an upgrade, but like, not only is it not target farmable, it's also just tiny loot piles. You just don't get any meaningful anything other than enjoyment. Which, I suppose, is like not the worst problem to have, because I do enjoy expeditions. It's just, they're inefficient in a game where progressing is already inefficient. Morning, son. How you doing? It's still morning? Yeah. For, a little bit longer. Same or less loot from one room of trials for left though. Yeah. Pretty good, got 71k crystals one run yesterday. Timed it and looting took me 40 minutes. Just the looting took 40 minutes? How long is the run? I got one APOC piece from Eye of the Storm yesterday. It was wonderful for proving a point. Eye of the Storm has always just been like one of those things where I ask myself, what are you for? Amazing for carrying someone up to level. For AFK EXP farming. I play mostly solo. So what is it for me? Did it because I had a 15-minute time after I tried something that was looking horrible. You just give a lot of drop pod resources, like ridiculous amount. Present tense. What is it for? XP and is that it? Because gross. Anomaly visage. Alright, let's farm this again. Wish modern player power shorter expeditions, give more resources, you're not time restrained by 3 crystals. Yeah. Honestly, amazed how they carefully tried to make the new activities balanced to play. The Apocalypse series grindable, also the main story, and then just totally forgot to flip the switch for expeditions. You think we'll get like a New Horizons 2.0? Like a major update where they just kind of make expeditions not shit. Because they're fun. It's just XP because you get titanium from trials, which gives drop pods. Yeah, okay. It's like the most inefficient expedition. I would agree with that. Some of the other paid ones, not paid as in pay, but paid as in you pay resources, are also kind of like, But yeah, it is also in that category. So. Doing takes me longer because I have to pick up each item individually to avoid despawning since old gen doesn't go per. Ugh. Difference is around 30 resources, so you get upwards of 50 on unpaid. That scales up with here, but are you referring to like the proportions? go the further grind expeditions are, you should get one legendary even on low levels. Yes. I don't really think they're that much of a grind either, but yes. I think you should get several. I think for the amount of time expeditions take, they should be like, what do you think, like 2 troves worth of loot? Would be fair. Ratio spend versus game. Yeah. It is not favorable. Now, I don't mind that occasionally for fun on some of the expeditions. Like, I enjoy Coliseum. And I enjoy Wellspring. So, like, I'll just kind of do those, even though it's a waste of my time. Personally don't care about legendaries, I want good purples. For me, I care about legendaries still because I'm using martial set. That is the only reason I care about legendaries. I'm using purple guns. And in terms of my gloves and my boots, or not my gloves and my boots, yeah, my gloves and my boots. I want purples for those. But I still want legendaries because my helmet and legs, I don't have good APOC yet. Once I have that covered, then yeah, I don't care anymore. Some of the spawns look like a bacteria culture under a microscope. Spread. Good legendaries can sometimes carry builds, good purples can. That's not how the game works, Sinju. Legendaries are just collections of mods. With World Slayer, APOC slots, you can get purples that have mod distributions that are even more favorable than legendaries in many cases. Because you're not locked to a weapon mode, so you can turn a purple into attack rifle and make it better. You can get an armor-piercing primary, whereas, say, Wrath of Moloch is like... Or, not Wrath of Moloch, Inferno Seed, crit primary. I don't care about this because it's not armor-piercing. I care about this because it's armor-piercing. I haven't seen the APOC stuff. You can get a 3rd mod slot on gear that is only constrained by what APOC mods can be on what type of gear. With guns, there's no constraints. You can get any mod that I'm aware of anyway in the 3rd slot. So you can just get 2 useful mods. Like, purples, at least in terms of guns, are just straight up better than legendaries now. And armor slots, once you get your set bonus secured, they're also better than legendaries, because you just have more options for what you can target. And some builds, set bonuses are rather minor in impact. You could even make an argument for this being one of those builds. My martial set does absolutely nothing for me against bosses if I don't have adds to stack onto the boss. So this episode, the more you know. Yeah, it's a little backward, but I don't necessarily mind it. It just depends on loot acquisition. I don't need a set for the build I'm running because it doesn't have a set bonus. There you go. Yeah, for this build, I was considering running just a non-set because that would improve my bossing damage, and I don't necessarily need Martial for mobbing. Wish Phaser had a set. Yeah, it's kind of weird that it doesn't. You think they, like, expected people to use Akari as the Phaser set? Because, like, that just doesn't seem logical, but it's, like, the only one that directly helps it. What would Phaser set do, though?
place is beautiful.
Boost Phaser in some way.
It clearly wasn't just war they were interested in. I wonder if anything from their culture survived the attacks.
But in what way? A way that's not nothing. Maybe making it an AoE around you instead of a beam? That'd be kind of neat. Giving it the ability to ricochet between enemies or something? I don't know, there's lots of possibilities. You can do crazy stuff with it. Hey, Loopy Loop, thank you so much for the raid. I appreciate it. How'd your stream go? What'd you get up to? Hey, Spalding, how you doing? Good to see you again. Lava Lich, but for Phaser, would do massive things with basic option. Because Lava Lich is just damage and cooldown for the skill it's associated with. Could be as simple as that. Not bad so far today, how are you? Doing great. Enjoying melee stuff. We punch in all the things. Different note, have you listened to Van Volumes? I'm not familiar, no. Expect to use Phaser Interruption in the same build. Yeah, it's just, that's very restrictive. It's kind of the same problem I have with Bannerlord over on Devastator. Like, Bannerlord's like, hey, you're gonna use Tremor and you're gonna like it. I'm like, but what if I wanted to not do that and use Impale? Am I still on sides of Commander? Oh, I'm still on sides of Commander. Okay. This tying two skills together thing, I don't like it. If you like Kill Switch Engage, you might like their stuff. Ooh. I'll have to look up some stuff later. I've been listening to music while build crafting a lot lately, so more stuff is good. Did BL3 Pistols Only Amara? Had a great stream, thanks. How are you? I'm doing great. We're doing some melee stuff in Outriders on the Devastator. Pistols Amara sounds like a good time. There's a lot of fun pistols in that game. Have you found yourself using any that surprised you, or any that people aren't really too familiar with? There's a lot of weapons in that game. Ash Blast, Overheat Phaser is so insanely good it's crazy. Oh yeah. Ridiculous numbers. And nothing about that spec respects line of sight. Like, Phaser, you can long range enemies through walls. Ash Blast Overheat, you can, everything even remotely in your area code enemies through walls. It's crazy. It's just very efficient clear. I think that's why people like, aside from the debuff and the scaling the bleed, that's another of the reasons people like Omen so much, because it's like non-sightline respecting. That's just very efficient in these games. Did someone say Kill Switch Engage? Yeah, David. Punch all the problems, indeed. Only tying skills together thing I like is a time set for Trick Switch that ties Cyclone and the Knife together, and you can run Predators or HP alongside it. I'm trying to think of instances of tying things together that I do like. I don't really like the Feed the Flames Thermal Bomb one because I want to use Feed the Flames without Thermal Bomb for weird shit. It doesn't do damage. At least not relative to other stuff. For Devastator, I don't like how much is tied to Golem, because Golem is just a worse skill than Reflect Bullets. Because you have the duration, and then you have the cooldown. So it's just wildly inefficient. And there's some sets that kind of expect you to run both. Like, they built Concussioner in a way that wants you to run Golem and Reflect Bullets, and it's like, but why would I do that? Wanna try Melee Pyro? Me too, Lysander. I was thinking Feed the Flames melee stuff. You can maybe even get really spicy and use like Telefrag as a gap closer, because you don't have leap or hunt the prey, but you could just Telefrag into a group.
Like in the forest.
Golem used to have a ridiculous amount of DR. Yeah, it makes you meaningfully tanky, but the thing is, it doesn't do anything else, really. You get some nice mods. Chip off the old block is good, and the melee debuff is like okay, but it's a lot of investment and you're just losing better things. Like something big you lose going Golem over Reflect Bullets is uptime on Paladin. 45% AP is worth more than extra survivability on a Devastator. Use the melee projectile set. Neat. Banned some jams and stuff recently. Ooh. Yeah, send me some stuff, Rohit. I'd appreciate that.
Every empire falls, but what was in that passage that the father was so obsessed with that he was willing to let it?
Use Dev, and I can use Reflect and Golem. Yeah, there's no reason to use both, because if you have Golem, then Reflect is redundant. If you have Reflect, then Golem is redundant. And since you only have 3 skill slots, you are losing either Leap, Endless Mass, or a damage dealer such as Earthquake or Impale. Earthquake and Impale both hit ridiculously hard. Boulder Dash with Pax Nodes now hits ridiculously hard. Even without Pax Nodes, it's like decent. Endless Mass is crazy underrated for how ridiculously good it is at nothing. And then Grav Leap is just utility, damage, debuffing, healing. It's whatever you need it to be. I just can't justify losing a second skill slot to a protection skill when one is enough. If there was a way to make Reflect do a lot of damage, there is. There is. What is killing me? That was scary. You can get the Equator mod. Does actually a pretty good amount of damage. It makes an anomaly projectile that kind of orbits you, that scales off the damage that you've reflected. And you can get it hit pretty hard. It's just the positioning is weird and the opportunity cost is high. It also doesn't really do any meaningful damage if you're running the mod that lets you continue to use your other abilities during Reflect. Because you only absorb half the damage with that, so it just cuts the damage in half. So you have to run around doing nothing but holding your Reflect barrier up, and then kind of making sure it rotates properly into enemies. So it's very inefficient, but it can hit hard. Never played Outriders, no idea what's going on, still want to watch it. I appreciate that, Honey Bunny. Hope you're having a good weekend so far. I should really go chase down that one. My favorite song, Kill Switch. It's a classic.
This city feels like I'm stuck in a bad dream. Need to keep it together.
I shamelessly use iframe sometimes. What of it? Confirm. Fucking land. Shit. Thinking about getting Outriders, I have no idea what I'm signing up for, but it's more like Destiny 2, Warframe, Borderlands 2, Borderlands 3, recent Borderlands. Shall not name. Shall not name. What's the most recent Borderlands game that we shall not name? TPS? Because Wonderlands isn't a Borderlands game. Also, I like Wonderland. But if it's not for you, it's not for you. In terms of what this is most like, it's not really like any of those. It's like if Gears of War was a hero shooter. I guess it's a way of describing it. Most don't like it? Well, that's simply not true. That depends on who you hang around. It depends on what circles you run in. Because, like, it sold better and has more concurrent players than, say, Borderlands 2. It's like if Gears of War only had one strike from D2. Now, I'm not a Destiny player, so I don't have a frame of reference there, but I will defer to your judgment. Most I know don't like it. Personally, I do. I just wish more did. I wish more did, too. A big part of the dislike for Wonderlands is people often forget how rocky all Gearbox releases are at start, and they take time to kind of iron out to be what they were trying to be. Additionally, echo chambers serve a lot. Serve a pretty big purpose in causing those negative feedback loops. Because if you look at the actual criticisms people are leveling at Wonderlands lately, or, you know, through its entire life, none of them are actually criticizing the stuff that's really wrong with the game. People just kind of invent shit instead of targeting the actual problems. Like, you'll not hear people complain about item part variance, which is one of the biggest things. I haven't heard anyone talk about the UI in a while. It's just, like, invented problems. Like, oh, there's no content, but there is, though. There's literally more content. Criticism's fine, just be accurate. And that's a big way you can tell that the people who were determined to hate on the game haven't actually researched or invested time into it. I have 1,200 hours in Wonderlands, and I have my concerns with it. But fundamentally, it's a game that I think is good and enjoyable and has a lot of stuff going for it. Tried Warframe. I considered getting into it a while ago. Moxie was doing a bunch of, like, sponsor stuff with Warframe, and I watched a bit, and, it interested me. But, me finding the time to try a new game is tough. The game's all about the loot you get, and not the variety of how you get it. Sounds familiar. Totally pumped for Blight Collar. Me too, Schmidward. Me too. More toys to play with. Just for Rockreal to have a fewer number of house cases. Depending on your class, there's ways to bypass them. Like, the shield it puts up goes up after it takes the damage. So if you have enough, you can outright one-shot the boss. Now, my build can't do that. But you can, with like an Eruption or a Phaser Beam or some Trickster nonsense, you can do that. I don't know how Techno does it, if Techno can do it, but I imagine it's possible. But even if you don't outright one-shot the boss, you can bypass phases and reduce the number. Wouldn't advise getting into Warframe. Takes up a lot of your time. So when two games to say when you get into them, you compare yourself to them. Yeah, I don't have the time to do something like that. Haven't seen anyone claim to skip it on Techno. Okay. Questions die if you get one shot it. Priz, how are you doing it? Weren't you using Eruption? Yeah, there you go. Prismatic has done it with Eruption. Lysander.
That's... All the stories she told me, they were about her. She was here for all of it. Some kind of private chambers.
I'm just bad then? No, it's one of those things that's a little surprising, but the damage potential on Pyro in various things is crazy.
1,000 years old. How the fuck did Father write in a language from galaxies away that hadn't even been invented yet?
Like, this would be good if I was doing, Boulder Dash in this setup. I keep too many pants. I need to put some in my bank. I need to use a mule. I'm a hoarder. Make a fair point. Personally, something for me is some people saying there's a much build variety. There's quite a lot. How much you can min-max, mix and match subclasses, and I believe there's more build crafting than in other lands games. Personally, think even if you under classes like Claw, you can still use Make Effective. Okay, a few points there. Yes, you're absolutely right. There's more builds than every other lands game, with the exception of Borderlands 3, which is just the GOAT. Claw isn't underpowered. Hasn't been in quite some time. That's another one of those examples of something people said at launch that isn't true, but it you know, got enough traction to be repeated ad nauseum. And yeah, there's crazy build diversity in Wonderlands. Like, if you had to quantify a quote-unquote weakest class in Wonderlands, it's not Clawbringer. It's never been Clawbringer. Like, ever. You know who it is? It's Spore Warden. But, you know the popular class that consistently has its value overrated by almost everybody? Spore Warden. Once again, you can't necessarily go off of what you hear as being how things work, because, good old scientific method of actually playing the video game is a much better feature. Consistently do 2 plays with overheat, trigger every phase with eruption. Yeah, I have to do all of them with this build. I don't have the burst, the upfront. I could probably skip one with an Hail or Boulder Dash, but like, I just don't want to do those. Kept hearing from Epic, so took it face value. Epic was highlighting some problems with the class. And keep in mind something about early lands games is we haven't figured out a lot of stuff. Like, example, the value of Awe was unknown for a bit, because it wasn't immediately apparent that the crit damage boost Awe gives is not the same as the crit damage boost that, say, Sneak Attack gives. So the assumption that Aw's crit was the same as Sneak Attack's crit led to us undervaluing Awe, because Sneak Attack is awful, but Awe isn't. And there have been several buffs to Clawbringer, so a lot of the problems that Epic and myself and others pointed out have been minimized. It was never as bad as people said, including me. I was a little afraid of how bad claw murdering looked on paper early days. But a lot of those problems are just gone now. There's still a couple left, like Cleansing Flames is still kind of, but class is in a much better situation. Claw has just basically gotten stronger, whereas Spore, which was never really stronger than Claw, has pretty much gotten weaker. Play the Angles has gotten stronger, but Barrage has gotten weaker. And Barrage is what you use for Spore's most impactful donut champ, so... Isn't Cleansing the Giant Ass Hammer? Yeah. Frames to hide from that shit. Okay, stop shooting. It's very rude. So if that is the weakest part of Claw, it's still strong as hell inside of Interaction's ability to make your melee extremely strong with Echo. Yeah, that's not how that works. If you're referring to what I think you're referring to, that was we were still figuring out how the changed live wire works. So, yeah, no, that's not how that works. But like most things in Wonderlands, you can make Cleansing Flames work with enough investment, it just won't be as good as some other things. It's easily the weakest of the melee action skills, but it's only one part of the class. How about when they fix Cleansing and get certain buffs? Yes, I know what you're talking about, and that's not how it works. All they did to Cleansing Flames was make it the base hit fire. So it gets elemental stuff. That's it. We were briefly under the impression that something else had changed, but that was another aspect of the build at work that had not been accounted for. I was part of that testing, so I know. Is that live wire? Mm-hmm. It was the live wire hit. The live wire hit from the hit delivering the Echo, not the, it had nothing to do with Echo, had nothing to do with Cleansing Flames, it was live wire. Giant head minigun? Yeah. There's lots of different enemies you can fight in this. In this activity, there's not much variance. You don't see a lot of the enemy types in the game, but yeah. Still really good, IMO? It's not. That's the thing. The worst thing you could do for something you like that isn't strong enough is ascribe power to it that isn't there. Because then what happens is it just doesn't get love. So, Cleansing Flames does the least damage out of almost all of the action skills. It is cool, it is fun, it looks badass, but it simply does not do enough damage. There you go. Simple as that. With peak investment into Cleansing Flames, like as much as you can possibly force into it, it still does less damage than a regular melee attack. That's the numbers. Well, I've been typing all this, it's hard to not to notice the giants and small gremlins attacking. Looks like Years of War, the theming seems like more sci-fi or fantasy. Yeah, you're exactly right. The devs of this game made Gears of War Judgment
Tsuma said he was
and Bulletstorm, so
past and
there's some shout outs to each of those. Some of them in gameplay mechanics, some of them in little cheeky references.
my god. The size of this
But it's
well.
a sci-fi
This must be the
shooter
source of all of Father's madness. Maybe of
with some
everything
looter
that's driven
elements.
This whole world mad.
Thought Quagchatter was super random. Maybe it is. Maybe it is. Hey fan, how you doing? So the few things I've seen of Outriders seems cool, just lost in its theming. It's old fashioned, any looter shooter, it's my first priority. Outriders looks cool, I don't think there's transmog. There is transmog.
What else did he know?
Um,
What the hell did he find?
completely free transmog. You can change any item you have to look like any other item of that type. So like, you can change your pump action shotguns to look like any other pump action shotgun you have ever picked up on your account. You can change your armors to look like any other armor piece of that type that you've ever picked up on your account. Across all the classes. You can even make it look like class-specific armors. Don't need to grind hours. Nope, and it doesn't cost any currency. You just change it. Reason to get this game increased by 100%. If you do exclamation point Outriders, it spits out the affiliate link that supports me. But yeah, this has been my main game that I've been playing when Wonderlands hasn't been occupying my time. It's been like my stream time for 5 days a week is Wonderlands, and then a little off-stream Wonderlands, but most of my off-stream and all my Saturday streams have been Outriders since the expansion dropped. Oh, wearing badass armor and looking like white armor. I have my shotgun transmog to be one of the white rarity ones right now. It's all rusty, because I thought it was funny. Bulletstorm's dialogue is priceless, childish but priceless. That's a good assessment. Transmog and D2 takes like 15 minutes to grind though. Which is more than nothing. So, larger amount of time than nothing. Real talk though, fuck the poison purpose, or I had to reach my attacks and annoys me. I have, my pistol is specifically for if something like that annoys me. I have Shadow Comet and Claymore Torrent on, so it's enough to deal with, like, single threats like that. For the most part, I leap in and launch. Accidentally top. That's awkward. Talk about how you always have at least 5 buffs up. Well, I got first things first. I got extra resist pierce for meleeing enemies. I get extra damage mitt for each enemy in close range. I get damage mitt for activating kinetic skills. I got firepower and anomaly after activating a skill. If a kinetic skill hits more than 3 enemies, I get armor piercing. If it hits less than that, I get auto crits on my guns. There's a lot of buffs just kind of happening. In that case, what's Outriders gameplay like to keep you entertained for so long? Because I need a looter shooter right now, since D2's current season's ass, Wonderlands is currently releasing anything new. Well, we just got, like, this week, we got the final part of DLC 3, and we're expecting within the next 2 or 3 weeks or so DLC 4, which will have a new class and more playable content. But, yeah, for this game, grinding up through Apocalypse tiers is the big time sink. Apocalypse tiers is an endgame difficulty that scales up to 40. Think of them like mayhem levels, basically. And it takes a lot of XP. A lot. There's expeditions, which are, I want to say, what is it, 18? 18 different, like, short dungeons with a little story to them. 18? Yeah, thanks, Bruce. And then there's also this activity, the Trial, which is like a super expedition, so to speak. So there's like 19 different dungeons you can play through in this game. 4 character classes, each with their own builds, lots of build variety on each. Mentioned I haven't bought the DLCs, I've been doing Chaos Chambers. I should mention I've been doing Chaos Chambers and the DLCs, and I have 1,200 hours. So, like, remember, the assertion that there isn't content in Wonderlands isn't accurate. But yeah, that's a side note. Amusingly, these guys that like freeze your guns so you can't shoot. I know Cheese hates them, the Ravenous Skinwalkers, but I don't mind them because I don't shoot. But I think I hate Shadow Beasts a lot more than Cheese does because they make it so I have to shoot or reload. Daily challenges aren't content. Generally speaking, across games, I think daily challenges are ways to push you into doing different kinds of content that's already there. They're not themselves content, they are paths to content. Which still has some value, but it's not explicitly content on its own. That's just my general cross-game take.
I'm losing track of
Hey Brucey, how are you?
place. How many days has it been?
But as I said, I'm not a Destiny player, so I don't have any insight into the specific thing.
I wonder if I'll ever see them again.
I'm just melting. How are you? It is a bit warm here too, but I'm doing okay. Having a thonk about this build. If we can get that helmet upgrade that I've been after at some point today, then maybe we can go back to the slightly squishier spec, because I can use that free mod slot for some survivability. Just the question is which form of survivability. Self-med sounds good, but like I'm already healing a lot. I think I need armor. It's like the biggest source of armor you can get in a mod. That'd be relevant here. If I was using Boulder Dash, then I could use that to double my armor. But I'm not using Boulder Dash. I'm no to lag content for Wonderlands. I don't think there's lag content. It's just my choice not to get the DLCs. Yeah, it's absolutely your choice. But also, the base game has, like, most of the content anyway. DLCs are fairly content light. But Chaos Chamber itself is a very large amount of content, and the people downplaying that simply are not creative. Under Pressure is a lot of armor. Damage absorber might be what you want. It's not the biggest, but it's passive, also boosts res. Under pressure. It's like that, but better. But it is conditional, I suppose. Yeah, it's always amusing to me when looter shooter players feel like things don't exist because they haven't tried them. Whether this is in build options or content variety.
Taken decades with modern machinery.
It's a bit annoying. I don't know if there's a way to get that out of the culture. Yeah, I'm lost in this Warframe conversation, but
Holy shit, look at all these creatures.
more power to you guys.
But they're not moving. Huh. Almost peaceful. Was the father building a goddamn army in some kind of stasis?
In which case I'm gonna watch Pentacon for an hour and watch you get fired, because the Korean game was watch them for an hour. Yeah, I've seen Warframe's done that a few times. Yeah, that's cool. I always love that kind of integration. But yeah. You enjoy Bunny, and I'll be happy to have you back and we can keep chatting. But it's gonna be real weird where I'm from next week. The upcoming days today is 21C, days after break could be 26, then 31, 36, back to 25 and 100 range. Ugh. When they show off incoming content and give you some super strong gear for just watching them. That's cool though. I like that. How many ranged enemies? Seems like most are melee unless because you're meleeing them. It's largely because I'm meleeing them. There's, in this particular activity, in the rooms I've gone into, there's a lot of melee enemies, but there are some ranged ones. I have a gap closer on a very short cooldown, so I'm not really letting them be ranged for long. But yeah, there's ranged enemies. In fact, ranged enemies cause some of the community frustrations with this game. For example, the Frontline Expedition, one of my favorites, but if you don't have a gap closer, the ranged enemies do kind of have the ability to just eat you. The Devastators love Frontline. Pyros love Frontline. I don't know a lot of Technos or Tricksters that like Frontline. Trickster has a gap closer, it's just Trickster's always good. Hey, Bird. Peep Discord? Yeah, give me a minute. How you doing, Bird? Hope you're well. Let me do that. Ooh, I like that. Maxwell melee. That's an interesting concept. So like with the way the melee stuff we're doing works, Bird's also doing some melee dev stuff. And he's doing his own spin on it. It's pretty cool. Set bonuses aren't hugely impactful, and Marshall's great, but not single target. Maxwell would be something. It would give access to twice as hot without super requiring mod investments. I just don't know if like the other slots the mod commitment's worth. I'd have to look at the other pieces. Yeah, that's pretty sick. Oh, I was messing around with some different skill trees for this bird, and I managed to get, there's an alternate spec where I can have a unbuffed a zero point 0.4 second endless mass and a 0.3 second grav leap cooldown. And that's without having this Pax node active. So can get the cooldowns down to nothing. It's just squishy. I just want to join the Discord. Exclamation point Discord, Steve. Yeah, sub 1 second cooldown on endless mass is a good time. It's just very squish.
They're still not moving. If they were guarding something, they'd be waking up by now. Maybe I'm not the threat they were meant for. Not that I'm complaining. I think I'll keep quiet all the same.
We'll go Mage's Rage. Another thing I was thinking about is maybe Fortress. Like, if I'm actually gonna shoot from time to time,
It must have been
I'm not
drawing
switching
them all
guns.
here.
I could probably
Answering
justify
some call
Fortress,
to
but
join
like,
Father's army. How many of you
I'm not
creatures are
certain
being
how
lured by
much of
this
my damage
place?
Fortress would be applying
Called
to.
by Father.
This doesn't affect mods,
Shit.
right?
What if this is where all the big guys were on the move to? Yeah, whatever. It's time to die. Even if you have to wait here 1,000 years. All this time you waited to fight for this place. Hope it was worth it.
Train my cat to go where she needs to when she needs something from me, the meow when she gets there. My cats do that with food. Move group on Maxwell's not bad, but I think I have better roll at Maxwell's. Bloodlust on Trigger Twitch is probably not as good as it sounds, because flat firepower just in that increment isn't huge. Bannerlord Adrenaline, I guess I'd take the Trigger Twitch, honestly. Remember. Under pressure. Can watch Quag and get the rewards. No question? What's up, Sinju? Play COD Infinite Warfare Zombies, Black Ops 4 Zombies, Vanguard Zombies. Black Ops 4 Zombies, easy. Easily. No contest. $2.2 bill from Concussive Force seems right. See, Untamed Power. 1.2 bill. Why is there no contest? Because Vanguard Zombies is trash. And Infinite Warfare is not as good as Black Ops 4 Zombies, but still good. Black Ops 4 Zombies was the last thing I no-lifed before I no-lifed BL3. So, I put so many hours into that. Fun stuff. Doing, max difficulty, lowest round, Dead of the Night Easter egg completions in public lobbies. Mwah. Pinnacle of gaming right there. I don't have DLC. Yeah, that's okay. 9 is still a fantastic map. That's base game. Seen class for this game, and here they're all pretty much the same, but just different elements. You buff your gun to element shoot. Yeah, no, that's not how it is at all. Yeah, no, not at all. They play very differently. They have different ways of healing, different ways of dealing damage, different ways of gearing. Each one can do firepower builds and anomaly builds. Those are the two lanes that builds tend to go through. But like, they play very differently. Yeah, there's gun builds for each class, and then there's also ability-based builds. You see most Devastators do ability stuff. Firepower devs are out there. That's one thing Bird's been doing recently. Yeah, I like the ability stuff. You know me. You can shoot in any game. You can't turn into Angry Rockman and punch things in every game. As much as I wish you could. What can I upgrade for an immediate damage increase? Marshall's Waistcloth to 68 would be good. It's more endless mass damage, more anomaly power. Cool. I'm constantly being told lies about looter shooters because a large portion of the player bases of a lot of looter shooters do not think about things beyond surface level, so they come to very inaccurate conclusions based on the very limited amount of content they've consumed without realizing that that's subjective and a small slice of the overall pie. This build actually punches things, and I can't lie, it's stressing me out. Oh, yeah, Priz, you were roasting me forever for, oh, it's not really melee. Well, it's real melee. You ever play Dragon's Dogma? No, but Lazy pinged me about it being on sale like a month ago, so I did buy it. I do own it. I just haven't played it yet. You know, an amazing example of how they differentiate within Anomaly. Dev is like 2 or 3 Anomaly builds to go with the melee one, because that's what we're actively seeing. But anyway, Dev has a punchy boy or girl build, while Trickster turns into a fucking Beyblade of Death. Yeah, Dev has... you got Earthquake Anomaly stuff, you got Boulder Dash Anomaly stuff, you've got Impale Anomaly stuff, you got melee stuff, you've got firepower builds. And then that's just the stuff I'm familiar with on Dev. There's more than that even, I just haven't put forth the time or effort. There's like 5 builds right now, there you go. Build diversity. It is always something that's underestimated. One thing you would count on in any build crafting game is that the community will underestimate how many builds there are, because the way complex games like this work is you do not know what you have not considered. And it takes a certain mentality to understand that and proceed as if that's the case, where it's much more common for people to just assume that they've seen it all. Ooh, twice as hot and anomaly echo? That's a really good helmet. But that's like all my anomaly extract, so no. Hey, frontline. We love frontline. That's 5 AP builds. Oh yeah, that's just AP builds. That's without firepower builds. There you go. Lysander's talking about pyro diversity. Dev might literally have the most. I don't know enough about the other classes to have an educated opinion there, but Dev has a lot of flexibility, because it's got the ability to do firepower stuff or AP stuff that functions as firepower stuff. You've got a lot of survivability. You've got several avenues for survivability. You've got a lot of abilities that play differently that are all viable. Like Endless Mass is very functionally different to Impale, but both are very good just for different situations. You just got a lot of options. Choices. Player choice. Not counting melee or firepower, so there's at least 7 quantifiable pyro builds. And Pyro is a great example of a class where the player base, the majority of the player base at least, is using maybe 2 of those builds. You see Heatseeker stuff, and you see Eruption stuff for the majority of Pyros. That is not indicative of how many choices you actually have. Part of what brings me joy in the games I play. Just spreading the word of having options. What does this game have item locking or market to ensure no sale mishaps occurred? The devs actually recently spoke up about implementing those very things. On Tuesday they posted about that. So those are features in the works. Wait for item locking loadouts. Loadouts are going to be so nice. Because there's so much I want to mess with that I just can't be bothered to actually remember the configurations for the things and carry around all that stuff. I hope it's like Diablo 3 loadouts where it'll pull from your bank as well and just equip the stuff on you. For most of there's only one place style comes from. People are afraid to take off their gear because they don't want to dismantle it, so they stick to the same builds. Yeah, that'll probably help alleviate some of it.
Artillery support incoming!
Gotta play 9, hope we gotta get the rocket launch.
Coast looks clear. What the? That's one of our pods. Naturally, it's landed on the insurgents. Can't look back.
Never played Diablo. Diablo 3 is a system where you have several loadout slots where you can just tell the game, okay, these skills, these armor pieces, but these just equipment pieces in general. And when you switch to that loadout, the game will equip all of those items as long as they're accessible from that character. So it will pull those items out of your bank and put them on you. And it'll change your skill selections and all that, and it'll unequip the other stuff you had on and put it neatly back in your backpack. Took an embarrassingly long time to have joined. Thanks for having me. Hey, thanks for being you, Steve. Appreciate having you around.
You again. What a waste of your last
Oh, Marshall set. How people still sleep on you? I don't understand. Oh, this was totally the sub 6, but I messed up my leaks enough times. And then I saw the timer and got discouraged. Oh well, totally doable.
Remember that freak I fought last time? The one who nearly buried me alive?
Am I gonna have to dig you out of the rubble?
And expeditions are so inefficient loot-wise, but they're just so fun.
The pod's ours.
Great. Then, out of curiosity, can
Yeah,
you
I think,
explain to me why that pod didn't land with the rest
Ascension
of them?
points-wise, I max healing received, and then I have no idea, because max health, minimally impactful, armor, minimally impactful, though maybe the armor node being maxed as well will let me justify that other skill tree configuration a little more. Skill leech, I already have a lot, really don't need more, and then the weapon stuff is completely useless to me. As is the stuff over here. So how many points before this build is just kind of like capped out for anything from Ascension? There's another 7, and another 20. So 37 more points, and then I'm just good. That's cool. Please give us a way to buy anomaly extract with titanium. Please. Or drop pod resources, either. I don't care. Please. This is pain. Boomtown, yes.
Outrider, I got something I need a hand with.
So what's everyone up to this weekend? Any interesting plans? Any fun video game grinds? Any movies you're seeing? People you're hanging out with? Let me live vicariously. I'm gonna be inside playing Outriders, so let me live through you. Or a Mega CC run. Yeah, I got these back here. Not where I meant to go, but we have no cooldown, so it's fine. Get back over here. Inside playing Outriders, amen. You watch Thor? No. I have not yet. That knockback cost me like 3 seconds. Can't get the skip consistently, have no clue why. What? I made a bunch of mistakes here. I lost like 20 seconds in this room. Egg rolls or breakfast, don't at me. Egg rolls or any meal.
It's like I've wandered into some maniac's idea of a party. Look at that. There's a pod here.
Nine ads. Thank you for watching them. It helps me out. Remember, you got your monthly Prime sub if you've got Amazon account connected, which is no additional cost to you, but gets you a full subscription. Supports me, gets you ad review, all the good stuff. But yeah, full transparency. I'm running extra ads this month, which has that incentive thing. So, there will be fewer next month, because the offer for next month kind of sucked. And it wasn't worth it. However, for July, I'm doing more. It's going towards the get new PC for better stream quality fund. So thank you for contributing. Disappointing. Missed the sub 4 because bad. Take it easy, Sinju. Have a good one. Found a volatile ski prod with the crit part. Learned about the crit part from the Quagmaster himself. Gonna see how to do my claw. Shotgun and Hammer Berserker because shock weapons doing shock fire and cryo damage. Understand that correct? I mean, shock goes good against wards. Just default to that. Right now the 3000 series is 500 off. Yeah. I'm thinking now's a really good time. Platinum meal.
Outrider detected.
Colin, the bandit
Access
leader's
granted.
taken care of. Your pass is clear. Where'd these bandits come from anyway?
They were insurgents. Defected to our side months ago. Thought they'd get an easier time, but Oregon just posted them right back to the front. Instead, they took off and settled down in my
It's almost worth keeping. How long the sale lasts, they said now the 3090 is like 15 and 3060 Ti is like 750 or something. I don't know which of those numbers is supposed to be 1400. But yeah, I'm keeping an eye out. More Cannonballer, huh? Okay, I was saying yesterday? Yeah. Memory is a tough concept for me. I want a light craze gunman, but it doesn't seem impactful. Easy to keep up, but just not really worth the slot compared to other things, you know? Do Molten Depths and then back to trial. Had chorizo tacos for lunch. It sounds delicious. I've not eaten yet today. I should change that.
I'm at the location, Dunham. Nothing here that can move wildlife.
$750 for 3060 Ti still isn't good price wise. Yeah, anything above like 500 I think is still paying out the ass, but yeah. I'm prepared to spend because it is a business expense. New I guess 6K series AMD cards in stock.
Damn.
Love to see it.
You'll need to
Nice.
find another way in.
That's cheap as it's ever been, but hey, what do I know? Yeah, no, it's cheap. It's still
Could always hop in
relative.
some
Cheap
lava,
for
fix
PC
that
parts
warm
is
you up
still
real quick.
You know I could probably survive that. It wouldn't be as pleasant to take it south.
prohibitively expensive for a lot of people. And there's always the option of newer parts at better ratios of longevity to performance to price. Cooldowns for long. Forgot first things first again. I'm good at video games. Regardless, it's crazy monies, yeah. I was meaning to upgrade my PC edging towards a year ago, but prices were so crazy at that time that I just decided to wait. And then that became a few months, and then eventually a whole year. So I'm finally trying to force myself to upgrade before the fall. So I've been putting away money for that, and grinding a little bit extra this month. I'm excited though, I'm optimistic. Despair is so good. I was using double jump for the second leap, but with these cooldowns, I don't need it. Cooldowns are insane. Oh, we can get them faster, Thermal. Remind me after this run to show you the faster cooldown spec. We can get them way faster. And this is using the top packs tree. A lot of people talk about how good the cooldowns are in the bottom packs tree, but for kinetic skills, the top packs tree is better. It's just better cooldowns. Now there's some things the bottom tree has going for it outside of that that are mitigating factors. Like you have the damage story mechanic, which if you're trying to do damage with leap, builder, dash, endless mass is just better. And then you have the debuff against bleeding enemies, which I'm told is like wonky. And you have the shields, but as I discussed a bit earlier in the stream, the shields are just not necessary. Like, an immortality shield on the immortal characters, who cares? You know what this feels like? A Vanguard in Mass Effect. Mass Effect 2, 3, Andromeda, those games, the Vanguard. This feels exactly like playing that, and I love it. that class is defined by having a charge mechanic. It's basically grab leap, except you don't go in the air, you just go point A to point B. But it's, other than that, it's just like a Devastator. DLC wheel loot pool, only having DLC 1 is cool, should be good for farm shark fans for the 1,000 souls yesterday didn't find anything up. Yeah, that could still be tough, but limiting which DLCs you have when you're target farming that is definitely good. Eventually, I'll probably set up a character for,
One half of every married couple was trained in disposing of them.
probably set up a character that has only done one of the DLCs for like all 4 of them, so if I'm target farming something, I can just have one. That'll take a bit to do. Probably copy like 4 of the same build for that, honestly. Love that spider line, it's so good. The dialogue in this game is sometimes so cheesy, but it's well placed. Best kind of cheesy? Yeah. Question? Yeah, absolutely, Honey Bunny. What's up? And welcome back. I need to grab more coffee in a moment, I think. My mug's empty. Despair, hit up. No, despair, grab me. Sometimes the Akari just doesn't want to get left to, so I just don't get that right now, I guess. There it goes. I watched the UFC fights. Go ahead and chat. Have a good day. Enjoy, Thermal. Chuck. No, stop it, Phil. Yeah, got you. You didn't think I remembered that? I barely did. I almost said Phineas.
Place is cleared and the pot is secure. You can start recruiting people to freeze to death up here instead of
farm souls every once in a while because it's money, moon ores, potentially gear, so a nice farm. Yeah.
I think we can do better than that, thanks to you.
Who died and made you an optimist?
I only know like a few of the classes, what exactly do they all do, and only Rock Mage bleeds and it's tanky, Pirates, which is dots and lots of fire spells and stuff, and the Poison Turret character. Yeah, so Trickster, the one you didn't mention, is like space and time stuff. So it slows enemies, has a lot of teleporting things, has a lot of multi-target shenanigans. Like if you're familiar with Amara and BL3 having all her multi-target stuff, Trickster does that stuff. Has a lot of slows, timey-wimey shit like mark and recall style teleport. It's a big time-slowing bubble. Pyros are fire and ash. Heal by killing enemies they've marked with their skills. Have massive AoEs. Casters at just all ranges. Can do gun stuff. Devastators are rocks and gravity stuff. Close range combatants, extremely tanky. Technomancers are poison and ice and gadgets in general. You can set up turrets, you can pull out a minigun or a rocket launcher. Each class has like a bunch of things it can do. Ties the Bind was perfectly balanced. Not problematic at all. Hi, cat. What? I agree. I was gonna go to trial, but I also want to try out the faster cooldown spec again against Expedition. It's currently without first things first. I have 5 and 4.9 second base. I can get more cooldown there, there, and there. I'd give up 1 point to go there, and 3 to go there. I guess I could just swap that to that. I don't need that cooldown though. I'll wait. We'll go to trial. Circle back around to that once I have that extra thing to be tankier, extra mod slot. It's actually kind of cool because they all suitably have their own areas they excel instead of all of them being absurdly strong and able to do what others do. Yeah, there's overlap in terms of like build archetypes. Like obviously you can do melee on several, you can do caster style on several, you can do gun builds on several. But each of them has their own ways of cracking a particular egg. And something interesting with each class's base functionality is they have different range like constraints and different ways of healing. So like Devastator at base heals off of killing enemies close to them and just has a little more health, a little more armor. Whereas Techno heals off of shooting enemies and has long range stuff. Pyro heals off of killing enemies they've marked. Trickster just gets shields. So, yeah. Cool stuff. Each class has its own identity. Cat, yep. He's just doing his cat thing. Right, cat? Yeah. Adorable. He's a good boy.
The Tuma thought these pharaohs were following some primal instinct, but to where? Is Father's power drawing them? Is it drawing me?
Yeah, as you guys can see, the XP grind is real. All stream so far, that's the progress we've made towards Apocalypse 34. 3 hours of playing. Now, granted, a lot of that's been talkie-talkie, and expeditions aren't very efficient for that at all. But it's been 3 hours of playing the game. It takes quite a while to get XP towards the higher Apocalypse tiers. I'm not stressed about it because I still need to keep my gear on level. So I'm gonna have to grind out that time anyway. You can say time sync. I just realized this, despite all of them having their own egg to crack, and other community power riders probably consider them about to be generally, I think Pyro is seen that way because Pyro's ease of use once you're set up. Because, like, Pyro can just nuke entire maps without even having line of sight. But Techno can, like, AFK the whole game. Devastator is very hard to die as long as you have your hands on the keyboard. Trickster can do some crazy one-shots. Like, they all have their things. So, yeah, there's people who are going to run around saying, oh, this class is the strongest, this class is the weakest, but they're generally not using the same metrics. Like, obviously, one-shot's potential. Some classes are better than others, depending on what you allow. But that's not really a good measure of power, so. There's some aspects of some classes that are, like, if you narrow it down to, let's say, for firepower builds, I'd say Devastator's on the lower end, for firepower builds specifically. Viable, but less powerful than, say, a Technomancer firepower build. Entire map's on line of sight, sounds like something in 303. Yeah, and Pyro has several ways of doing it. It's silly.
Too much to hope there's not more of you. I'm guessing that you were one of the father's warriors. You were trapped down here all this time, big guy. Yakutaro Hikaru?
Unlocking arbiters is fun.
What the hell used to go on here? Quiet, underground spot for the father of the planet. Whatever madness he had in mind.
See, I'd say you might like Warframe because they have funny Rockman who punches things in Oblivion. Also obliged to tell you not to because Warframe's more of a job than a game. Yeah, I don't think I have the time for a game like that. I've played games like that before that are life-consuming, and there's not enough hours in the day, and I simply don't have the energy. But I will admire from afar. Also, my brain's making connections to Warframe. Some of the classes sound and seem like they're similar to some frames, but honestly. If you're asking me if this game does their gimmicks better. It sounds like you're interested in this game. I hope if you do pick it up at some point that you enjoy it. Because I like it a lot. This is one of those games that the gameplay has always been great. The dips in popularity have been either due to fatigue from lack of new content, or just other game releases happening. So it's been fun coming back to this. This is the longest I've stuck to Outriders in one of my returns to it. I'm happy to say. Slayer has done a lot for the longevity of this game, at least for what I like. That's how it goes in most games, though. Yeah, I think you're right. I think you're right. The way we consume games in 2022, it tends to just be like, play a game, and you put it down, come back to it. As updates and stuff happen. I'm not spawn camping, you're spawn camping. Out up the corpses. I'm even roasting them. Make a barbecue. Rock, how can you cause fire? One of my, armor mods is, it makes a magma explosion when I punch. Also, I think one of those enemies has, like, fire bullets that hit his friend. It's a thing that happens. See, magma. That's a big part of build diversity and just gameplay diversity in this game. Weapon and armor mods just do a lot. Cat, get out of my recycling. How do you always manage to knock it everywhere? See, Cryo Ice is annoying in this game as well. But with Cryo, most games slow down all player actions like shooting, movement, animations. It's so frustrating. A game that I really like the implementation of status effects in is Remnant from the Ashes, because aside from Cryo being stupid, they're all thoughtful. Like Radiation halves your stamina if you take too much of it. Rot just interrupts your animations with a cough. Fire you put out by rolling. Now, the fire being put out by rolling thing is in this game. You mitigate bleed damage by standing still in this game. Also same as in Remnant. I never get this one. It's different. This is the first time I've had this. Knows the game too. A couple people here who did. Priz is a big fan of Remnant as well. He's the one who introduced me to it. It's active in Discord at all times, giving advice. I finished my first hardcore of both the base game and DLC a few months ago. good time. Did that on stream. Did you enjoy it? I did. It's a fun game. The boss design on the on some of the fights on like APOC and Nightmare, just masterclass of how you make a satisfying boss. Unclean one, Iskall clean, super satisfying execution wise. Pure adrenaline rush. Good game design. APOC, especially in swamps as hell. I like it.
Army must...
It was my first time seeing that enemy.
But Atuma never spoke of any enemies worse than themselves.
Okay. Suggest that I'm trigger healing nearby allies cost 2 and more or less fire rate. There's a lot of cool item effects in that game. Join Hellmod before World Slayer distracted me. Still got stuff to do there. I still have not played Hellmod. It's on the to-do list. The ever-growing to-do list. I think this run maybe we keep farming the final arbiter instead of refarming pants and helmets, because as much as I want pants and helmets, I need the anomaly extract more. So we'll just simply get more shit from final arbiter, because the guaranteed thing. Actually, will it work out that way with the trove changes? More time efficient, at least. Probably works out to more. Outrider's Gearology 1. Wonderland's Gearology 1. Oh, Phoenix, really? I saw that. Dick. They'd slow down a bit. Had to resist doing? Do it, Chris. You want to. There's more dads like Remnants. Big community ideas, actually. That's one of those in Borderlands. There's less news for people's ideas. I mean, it's not really that simple, honey bunny. Sorry, guys, you're right, Remnant. No, nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with that. Remnant's a great game. I love it. One of my favorite games I've played in recent years. Very highly recommend to anyone who has not played it. We gush about it all the time, yeah. Every once in a while, I'll just get the itch for it and do a couple Remnant streams. Just one of those games. I haven't had a Hades phase in a while. But every once in a while I get a Remnant phase, or a Hades phase, or a Godfall phase, and just enjoy it. Get over here, big boy. I guess you don't feel like him. That's fine. It's not easy per se. There's some games I wish I did that. Something to keep in mind is, with a lot of games, with every game really, community people are not game devs. So for every good suggestion you get like 10,000 terrible ones. So there's some communities I definitely would not want having any sort of direct line to game implementation. Hell, we saw an example of this with the community feature in Wonderlands, where people were like, you know what'd be funny? All mimics. Guess what? Not a lot of people played that run. I did because it was really good for money. But like, not a lot of people played it. What, cat? What do you want?
With the power the Father wielded, I've no doubt his people worshipped him as a god. The anomaly's been twisting this place apart for centuries.
Yes, hi.
Maybe because this is so close to wherever the anomaly comes from. Will all of Enoch look like this?
Agree with that, because as I suggested that one of your support builds saw dumb stuff, like prepare themselves. Uh-oh. Pretty sure like a core to the Lands community ideas for Legendary would be make the Norfleet or make the depot but green. Exactly, yeah. You are not incorrect.
Built a palace over his passage. Find his throne room. I can probably...
There's still people running around asking for buffs for sniper rifles. Have they ever picked one up? No. Did they do it before the first buff? No. After the second buff? No. After the third buff? No. It's not a community that I think should ever have a direct line. Minigun that for its mod, when fully charged, may shoot explosive rounds with left fire damage. How would you balance a minigun in Remnant? You'd have to make like the damage and the mod gen abysmal. But then I could still see you doing like weird overload stuff or something.
These were gardens. Maybe. Would have been nice to see this place.
They're pragmatic. How are you?
Doubt anyone here's interested in tending to flowers.
Very hungover. I'm doing well. We enjoying function. Been fine-tuning the build, and I don't really shoot anymore. We don't need it. We transcended the need. Limit you to light medium or lighter armor for force heavy roll. Ooh, that would be a good balancing factor. Excuse me, leap. Please work. To agree as well, Mimic Run idea was kind of stupid. Well, the next one, whenever they do another community feature, probably won't allow, you know, that kind of thing to happen. But it's funny, like, I had an interaction with someone on the tail end of that, who, they were like, man, this feature run's so stupid. They were like shitting on Gearbox and stuff. I'm like, bro, people literally voted for this. He's like, well, it shouldn't have happened. Like, well, did you vote? Well, no. I'm like, bro, then just vote in the next one and it won't happen. Like, no, that's stupid. I don't want to do that. Like, all right, so you're just here to bitch. Gotcha. The voting for the community feature at Wonderlands is activity weighted. So the most common vote for the boss in the run was LeChance. But guess what the active people voted for? Drill. And guess who the active people are? There are people here who give a fuck about it. So, like, Drill won because the active people wanted it. So if you care enough, you know, you can change things. Just yet more Lands community fuckery. But as with every Lands game release cycle, the most toxic of people taper off after a few months, and then the people who actually just want to vibe and enjoy the game. And then when the next title comes out, people pretend as if they always liked the previous one, that the newest one is the worst thing ever. Happens with lots of serial release games. No, I want serial. But it is an established cycle. These toxic people way too much attention. We do, but it frequently comes up, so for the benefit of anyone who's not heard an objective take on the situation, there you go. I get tired of touching on it, but it's something that needs to be touched on. Because you end up in situations where entire fan bases and communities are painted with the brush of a couple assholes. That's not fair to us.
Why didn't the daughter's people ever return here? After they
You're right with that, especially community suggestions. And we saw the same thing with Borderlands 3. You look at how well received Borderlands 3 is right now versus how much people complained about it, let's say, a year ago. The game has literally not changed in that time other than adding PlayStation crossplay. But perception changed because the people determined to hate on it, you know, there's a new thing to hate on. Back hurt from carrying this community? Sometimes. But hey, ultimately I'm just a really big fan, so if I can help other people find enjoyment, or at least feel comfortable in their enjoyment without having to deal with some pretty awful toxicity, then, you know, I'll do that. I'll deal with the accusations of shilling from people who don't listen to my actual criticisms. I'll deal with being the scapegoat for
I never heard about this city in the stories of the packs. Was it lost
people
to
who
history?
believe that positivity is negativity and negativity is positivity. It's a frustrating position to be in, but I put myself there because it does some good. Ultimately, what you guys get with me, my content, is I tell you how I feel, and I try to be educated in my opinions about those things. Quite chill.
right back at you.
Why are you jumping? Stop it. There we go. No soundtrack for this game. You have it turned off. I have it low. Yeah, I have it kind of low. Turn it up a little bit. It's probably more quiet for you guys than it is for me. There are Halifax. How you doing? Good to see you. Curious, you gonna get the game Stray? Yes, I do plan on playing that. Hopefully on stream.
She's on fire.
Hey Quather, just curious. Are you going to get the game Stray?
Now to find the throne room.
Yeah, Stray sounds like a good time. Definitely be getting that. And thank you so much for the 18 months, Air Halifax. Year and a half. I appreciate it. Hope you're doing well. In case anyone hasn't told you today, I appreciate you, Kwag. Thanks, fan. I appreciate you. Thinking about it now, wish there was just some good way to balance good player feedback, suggestions, and implementations to games. I think a lot of that stuff goes behind the scenes, because we don't know the conversations that happen, you know? Especially if a conversation about an aspect of a game gets enough traction publicly, it does get acknowledged. And we've seen instances, at least in Borderlands games, of this discourse affecting game design. So, like, we don't know how deep that goes. There's no way of knowing. Behind closed doors and all that. But I can confidently say it happens on some level. A lot of people buy for a Mark Austin owner, Plaza Fines, Jack, even other face crowds. It goes back to the earlier conversation we had about there's always more options than the detractors think. Like, people who think they've explored every options are the perfect example of people who are not respecting the number of options. So yeah, there's always more choices. It's gonna be a wonderful game. Probably gonna be pretty chill gameplay, my guess anyways. Yeah, I'm very excited for it. That's gonna be a good time. What's the release date of that? It's like a week away, right? Or is it sooner? Time is weird. 19th? Ooh, it's in 3 days. Shit. Maybe that'll be next Saturday. Or maybe I just stream it during the week. I don't know. We'll figure it out. We'll figure it out. But yeah, I want to play the shit out of that game. Try going live for it too. Ooh, good for you. I hope that goes well. I hope you enjoy that. Never heard of Stray? What kind of game is it? You play as a cat roaming around in a dystopian society. A super simple sounding premise, but it looks cool. In one game, you're just a fucking cat. lot of gamers think they understand game design dev just because they're good at games. Exactly, pragmatic. And there's a lot of people who aren't good at games who think they understand game dev design. Dystopian cyberpunk society, yes. Yes. Important bit. What do you think, Kevin? You excited for that game?
Anyone who didn't follow the daughter out of this city died here. But what killed them and left this city standing? Another ice age. Toxic air like in the forest.
Runs today, Farron? Going well. We got our melee build even more melee-ish. As I've gotten some upgrades and trying out some different things, I found that I'm not even shooting anymore. Like I don't shoot. Only reason I will shoot is to get buffs for a couple bosses. For the most part, I'm just running around using my abilities and punching. It's a true melee build. Getting some very competitive times on some expeditions. Clearing very efficiently. This feels good. That could be good. Keep that. More cannonballer shit. Damn it. Just call it day, good sir. Need some Z's. Remind me about the music. I'll send a Spotify playlist. I hope you enjoy when I'm up in the morning. If I remember, I'll shoot you a message on Discord, Rohit. Or you can just message me a reminder to remind you. My brain doesn't work so well. But yeah, get some rest. Thanks for hanging out. I appreciate you. Still weird. What, you don't like that for once me doing a melee build is actually me meleeing, Pris? messes with my perception of reality. I like you play looter shooters and don't shoot. It's just kind of a trend with me. As I said earlier, you can shoot in any shooter. You can't be Angie Rockman punching things in any shooter. That's limited to a few of them. Like the subversions of the norm? Yeah. Oh, there's something wrong with you? Yeah, there definitely is. But I can at least make that entertaining. So it's a win.
City feels like I'm stuck in a bad dream. Need to keep
Definitely see you playing Atlas and Warframe. He's Rockman. Tell me more. How you doing, Sean? Something wrong with you. Don't try melee. Ah, there you go. Trying to don't play melee. It's the one game I do. It has minimal mechanics for it. Punches people as his first ability, like full-on lunges at enemies. Love to hear it. Some enemies I only know is no valid targets in range. That big guy's one of them. He's got such a long duration of just the animation where he's coming out, but he's not immune, so you can still shoot him. Maybe that's their way of throwing a bone to firepower builds. That was pitiful. That was piss poor. Get off work for another 4 days. Nice.
Maybe a good thing this empire collapsed. If they'd been here when
Forza
we arrived,
DLC on Tuesday. Looking forward to that.
they have destroyed us.
Yeah. Man, time does weird things. That's something I knew was coming out, but like, I didn't know that was now. If that makes sense. Time's weird. Anyway, let me run to the bathroom real quick, chat. I require a little streamer's room. Be right back. Okay, yes. Did I use the litter box one time in my entire life? Yes. Am I embarrassed about it? No. Should I be? Maybe. Maybe. Probably. Realistically. Alright, let's continue. So this is one of the rooms where the fast cooldown spec sounds good, but like probably would just die. Not this
Looks
room,
like
next room,
Father's
technically.
throne room. Must have been pretty impressive.
Alright, Griffith has some really cool map design feature with different environmental challenges. Yeah. Which makes it weird, because I've seen some discourse, people saying that they're wasting assets, like not using different environments and stuff. I'm like, did you look around? Like, sure, they didn't use everything, but like, I don't know. It's not a point of feedback I understood. I enjoy the map design for this activity, the diversity in environments. Because fundamentally, a lot of these situations, I'm just easier to please than a lot of other looter gamers. If the city, the architecture is supposed to be the same, yeah, but that's logic, Chris.
That's
You enjoying chatting, David? Chatting in the chat.
She told me they were about her. She was here for all of it. 1,000 years ago. My God.
One place I'd criticize Arbiter having the same arena 3 times. Arbiter being the same fight in the same arena 3 times. Yeah, that sucks. But like the rest of it, it was a good time. It was a good time. Like, what were they gonna do? Have a desert room somehow? A lava room? Oh, how The tactical HR fights slightly differently, but so minimal. So they just ran out of death time. So, like, what are the actual differences? Other than amount of bullet hell shit. Mid-arb doesn't have the full attack set, from what I've seen for the bullet hell. My final arb has tributes. What does the tribute mechanic do? Like, I don't know. Does it heal him? Does it buff him? I don't fucking... I punch boss until he die, and I don't let him finish animation. Me Devastator. Fear me. Not how extra slow projectiles be used to kill you with AoE. As wonderful as they sound. Good thing I'll never have to deal with that. Early on, before I worked on damage, they tended to do run unders. Yeah, my first few runs... Yeah, it's not shit over. First few were Impale, and then I got into Boulder Dash stuff, so I just had damage. But then, by the time I moved on to things that didn't kill quite as fast, I just learned how to stun lock the boss, so like he just doesn't do anything, even though I kill slower than Impale and Boulder Dash now. Fire damage is just night and day with and without Res Pierce, so my attack isn't really changing, my consistency skyrocketed. Makes sense. I'm enjoying how much armor piercing does for this build. Because it is... If I shoot, the armor piercing is good, but it's also resist pierce, it's also anomaly power, it's also cooldown. Reaper with Firestorm. No, it's not the worst thing. It is an armor-piercing gun. We'll keep it. Still hoping for a shotgun with clip combustion and either moaning or rad splash on, so I can get the trifecta. That just sounds satisfying. Okay, so Grav Leap damage in APOC slot is a chest one. So freeing up my helmet APOC slot would go to that. The slot where Magma Shelter is now would go to Human Comet. Okay, good to know. I really think we don't get enough anomaly extract. Like, I really... Some of my pieces cost 8,000 to upgrade. Like, by the time I get my gear on level from where I am now, it'll be under leveled by a level again. Which I can catch up if I only do trials for 34 to 35, but...
Future. Everything.
Where they're gonna hit armor pierce to get it pyro. I would be annoyed if they hit armor pierce as a whole, because that would get this build. But the interactions are such that I could just go different routes. Like, I could just stop taking top packs and go bottom packs like everyone else's. But I spent a lot of time future-proofing this build. Like, I'm not leaning on Mage's Rage, I'm not leaning on Earthen Shell or damage storing. Simply good. I think they'll hit first things first in the armor to resist piercing conversion mods. Yeah. And Mage's Rage. I think those are the three things most likely to get hit. They've stated already that they're looking at hitting Earthen Shell for the Devastator, so that's the thing. They'll probably hit damage storing on that. Yes, cat. Fine. I really don't think Earthen Shell is that big a deal, honestly. Like, I don't use it. It's not me defending because I don't want to lose my toy. It's like, it legitimately does not matter. You properly build Dev, you don't die anyway. The only thing it lets you do that you couldn't otherwise do is face tank the bullet hell on the Arbiter. So I guess maybe that's why they don't like it. But it's probably probably possible to do that with another method of mitigation. MR is gonna get hard. I'm blanking. Your stuff hopefully be given a gentle touch. Yeah, I'm doing a lot with resist pierce in this build. You get 15% per enemy hit with melee. So if I group up a bunch of endless mass and then punch a whole crowd, like that, it's a lot. Got 240 resist pierce right now. From just that small group. And that's with me actively giving some that I could get. Giving up some that I could get in tree. Hey, look at the table. How you doing? We are doing very well with melee. I'm no longer really shooting in this build, and it's funny. Fears that Pierce will just be forgotten about again after a nerf, but Pyro just continue to do the same stuff because they scale damage directly from it. So it would nerf everything but the biggest abuser of it. Be unfortunate. It would meaningfully nerf this. It would nerf that thing. Not in a playstyle affecting way. Which seems to be the goal of any balancing people can fly it does. To preserve playstyle integrity. That's why they made Fortress different. Pyro's damage would drop off hardest if the use cases wouldn't change. It's probably the use cases they're targeting. That's why they hit Fortress the way they did. Did it not spawn in the big guys? I didn't see them.
I wonder
Master
what
Exploder is
Shannon
just
the
dumb
others
strong. I
know.
don't think they realize how high players would stack Res Pierce.
I wonder.
I
if
think
I'll
a
ever see
nerf
them
to that
again.
directly would be more prudent then. Because, like, even within Pyro, there's some things that are just so ridiculously powerful people aren't using other things. It seems like a Pyro issue to me. Like, even devs have more diversity in what people actually acknowledge. Being halved, I could see. Still be good. You know, big number changes, people don't like those. Justified, though. Of course, every martial armor I get is, not even Apocalypse. Very frustrating. Issue is being in PAX 3 will take it anyway. Same thing will happen when they go after Earth and Shell with Dev. The shields on skill damage, because you still need to take it to move on. Like, no matter what they do to it, people who want the later PAX nodes in the bottom tree still take it. So I'm comfy with my top tree. It's guilt-free and also nerf-proof. Although they did offhandedly mention reducing cooldowns to nothing in that blog post. At the time, I assumed they were just talking about Pyro, but with what I'm able to do here, maybe that gets hit too. Because I doubt they want me to have kinetic skills with literally no cooldown two different ways. One of the ways requires me to hit enemies, the other one doesn't.
Holy shit, look at all these creatures. But they're not moving. Almost peaceful.
I think both what you're doing in the middle Pyro node are getting hit.
Goddamn army in some kind of stasis. What?
All that happens if they hit my cooldown on this setup is I just shoot more. And I maybe go back to a Moaning Winds reload in the rotation. That's all that changes. Like my Mage's Rage gun has Moaning Winds right now, just in case I need it. But I really don't ever need that. Shooting more than 0 projectiles sounds too complicated. Exactly. It honestly kind of scares me. Why do that? You could just do this. Same thing happens to Pyro. That was a damage spike. Unexpected, but appreciated. Why do N+1 projectiles when 0 do trick? For real. I haven't taken this long in this guy in a while. Messed up my CCs. Guess they want Arsonist to have more defined playstyle on Pyro than being minor gain. Base case has always been simpler than Induction. I want to start progressing with Pyro so I can be more familiar with this stuff. But that would require not progressing my Devastator. Just asking a lot.
They're still not moving. They were guarding something. They'd be waking up by now. Maybe that they were meant for. Not that I'm complaining. Think I'll keep quiet all the same.
Arsonist is cool, just convection massively leads to its usefulness. Yeah, I'm not sure which those are. Okay, I think we'll reform this guy.
This place. It must have been drawing them all here. Answering some call to join Father's army.
Minus 4-second cooldown on all skills when you cast a skill. Cooldown 3 seconds. Ah! Arsonist's casting is 30% chance to reset on cooldowns, CR 5 seconds. Proper rotations, you can make convection give you 100% skill availability without Arsonist. Yeah, it certainly sounds more optimal. I don't want any of these. So take that one to scrap. Take both because I'm a lazy spammer with damage to spare, but it's not healthy. Right, redundancy issue. I hear you. Yeah, at least with Devastator, our cooldown options are spread out. Like, you go either max investment into top tree, or max investment into bottom tree in packs for your cooldown. And then the cooldowns for different skill types are just kind of spread out. You can get a little of each in the bottom tree, but there's more in the other trees specialized for 2 of the kinds. And it's not significant. It's like 15% here, 15% there. The Pax tree is the only place to get this significant cooldown.
This place.
Where I'm with just convection is probably where post-change convection plus Arsonist should be.
Some call to join Father's army. How many of Enoch's creatures are being lured by this place? Called by Father. Shit. What if this is where all the big guys were on the move? Yeah, whatever. It's time to die. Even if you have to wait here 1,000 years for it.
Cheap shot. I was trying to stun lock you. You can't. You can't stun lock me. I'm happy with the damage on this without Mage's Ridge. I'm obviously using it sometimes, but for the most part, it's not active. Quick Iron on Marshall. That could actually be funny. Kingslayer, Seismic Commander. I guess I take this. Either way. Bannerlord is move groove. Guess I keep that. That's not bad. I know some people run around with 0 in their inventory, and I'm out here with 19 guns. Just, ugh. Hoarding. There's 3. You're you, though.
This place. It must have been drawing them all here. Answering some call to join Father's army. How many of Enoch's creatures are being lured by this place? Called by Father? Shit. What if this is where all the big guys... Yeah, whatever. It's time to die. Even if you have to wait here 1,000 years for it.
Need to get some rest on my Saturday. Take it easy, David. Thanks for hanging out. I appreciate you. Hope you have a good one. Hey, Beaver. How are you today? Hope you're having a good weekend. Weekend's off to a good start so far. How am I? I'm doing great. Enjoying Melee. We have minimized punching. It's not minimized punching. That's the opposite of what I've done. We've maximized punching. We've minimized shooting. Sneeze. Ugh. Allergies. In the Melee build. So we only shoot to buff ourselves at the beginning of 3 of the boss fights in the game. Otherwise, we just kind of punch. We punch and we leap and we pull. Getting some good clear times. The Arbiter boss fights are a little slow, but that's like the only thing that is. And with better mods, I can totally speed up these Arbiter times.
This place.
Mods!
It must have been drawing them all here. Answering some call to join Father's... How many of Enoch's creatures are being lured by this place? Called by Father?
Why did that line cut off?
What if this is where all
That was weird.
Yeah, whatever. It's time to die. Even if you have to wait here 1,000 years. All this time you waited to fight for this place. Hope it was worth it.
Bombs ahead. Ugh. It's maybe a blood potion, because maybe I could do some the cycle stuff with it. I don't fucking know. Body Snatcher Juggler, huh? No thank you. Stigmatized Thunderclap. Sure. Whatever. Ooh. Ooh. Okay, first things first. Armor Pierce. It's close range, long range. Gravedigger's Proliferation. Yeah. You tried, though. You tried. I found myself vendor farming a lot in World Slayer. Because good purples from vendors are super valuable. Community can't make up its mind on the cycle. I see equal number of people hating it to loving it. I've heard a lot about it, but you know, I don't play firepower builds, so I have no real insight on if it's good or not. But I've heard a lot about it. All my spare dropouts go to Tiago. I'm about to start doing that. There's just some items I'm sitting on in the vendor that I maybe want to grab when I'm 1 level up, but I should probably just grab them, store them, and just bite the bullet and level them later. I have a lot of spare drop pods right now. I have 1.7 mil. I should really start re-rolling one of the Tiago locations. Clear one of them out and roll the other one. Vendor farming? Yeah, the Tiago vendor, Nexus. And also the Bailey vendor. they sell purples, and Tiago also sells legendaries. You can spend money at the Bailey vendor or drop pod resources at the Tiago vendor, and get a lot of good gear that way. That's how I got this shotgun, for example, and this pistol. I bought these both from Bailey. Haven't used the pistol today because I haven't been shooting, but it's good. Shadow Comet, APOC on a armor-piercing gun is, like, good. Would have been better on a shotgun, but that's fine. Nothing good this time. We can go check the other vendor. Hey Onyx, how you doing? Hope you're well. Let's see what we got expedition here. Ooh, there's a Boomtown though. Alright, let's do Boomtown. I see Boomtown, I do Boomtown.
Outrider.
Really been enjoying Trickster, Shield Boost that. I was trying out something new with the grouping there. It was not the play. Oh well. It was for science. Only complaint with Shield Beast is it's just feeding guns, did nothing to get people playing the AP stuff. Didn't the other classes all get more incentive for AP stuff though? this is an experimentation. Not really familiar with that. Super slow.
What the hell is that noise?
Did, but Trick also needed AP and set to most IMO. Fair.
It's like I've wandered into some maniac's idea of a party. Look at that. There's a pod here.
I can do this so much faster. But I'll just take my mediocre drop pod resources from the rock. Super slow. Vanisher and Blade. I've heard of people doing that.
Outrider detected.
Cullen, the bandit
Access
leader's
granted.
taken care of. Your pass is clear. Where'd these bandits come from anyway?
They were insurgents. Defected to our side months ago. Thought they'd get an easier time, but Oregon just posted them right back to the front.
Why do I get so many migraines? It's my first one today, but I feel like I see the migraine more than I want to. The Time Rift Blade is really good. Trickster is something I still haven't gotten into. Finding the time to mess with more than one class in this game is very difficult. Yeah, you could tell my placement was bad because of this distribution. This should be higher. This should be lower. These should probably swap if I play properly. It's Claymore Tournament, but that's not a migraine, so like, do I care? I don't think I do. Yeah, I don't think I do. Like, I want this mythos. I may as well just buy it now. That's expensive. Whatever. Buy it. Buy it. Oh, Gamba. See, if Golem wasn't terrible, then that would be worth a buy. But as good as Chip Off the Old Block is, the skill it requires isn't. Wonder if another reason for them eventually targeting cooldown will be this relativity theorem. Because this just isn't relevant right now with how Dev and Pyro cooldowns work. I can't speak to Trick and Tech, but Dev and Pyros don't really have cooldowns if they don't want to have cooldowns, so mods like this just don't mean anything. Rat Splash and a Thunderbird? Weird. Weird. Ooh, Marshall with Danger Close. That's just an upgrade, right? That's just an upgrade. At the very least, it's worth a purchase. Flat versus scaling might make that weird. I'll have to science it. It'll probably lose in single target. But it's still a on level piece right now. So I can worry about that bit later. Field is a wasted slot. What makes you say that? They already have 120% AP from Unstoppable. I'll have to look. Golem Squad, gross. I want good statues hands with like martial artist, because then I could just get claws that way. 10% on CDR would be too small due to the already stacked better mods than 8 any build. So you're talking a theoretical upgrade versus a tangible upgrade that's there in front of me. Theoretically, purples, yeah. But also remember, I'm running Martial Set to run Martial Set. So I need 3 pieces of Martial Set. 3 of them have AP, 2 of them don't. I'd rather run the 3 with AP until I get higher gear, in which case I could be flexible on that, based on the mods allowing, and the APOC slots allowing. So the extra cooldown, yeah, it's not necessarily helping me, but I don't think that's an issue yet. I was more looking at the mods, because that's the relevant thing to me at the moment. Stigmatized? I mean, maybe. I keep getting Deadly Disturbance as well. So what is happening out there? I mean, Status Power and Stigmatized sound good together. Could keep Sandstorm, roll Vortex Chamber to something else, but like, what do I use that for? Also, that doesn't seem like a fantastic firepower roll. 426 is the low roll for 68, right? I'll let that sit there. The build, of course, just thinking of final build setting. Yeah, final build wise, like, you know, Apocalypse 40. I've got all the APOC slots I want. I probably... do I have martial gloves at all? So, every martial piece has cooldown. I don't have the boots on me. I think they all have cooldown, so I can't get away from that. So I may as well just go with the ones with anomaly power. If I was to not use martial set, which would let me change up my mods for better single target damage, I would lose the effectively free damage link, and the mods would be harder to gear for. So I think I'd still end up with a Marshal's helmet either way. But the question is, between these two, depending on what I have going on, Danger Close is pretty easy to get full benefit from in this kind of build. However, it does not help me in single target as much as Anomaly Echo does. This also doesn't free up a mod slot in the direct sense I was hoping for. Like, I want Magma Shelter in that APOC slot, so then I can free up... I can keep Endless Mass, Wide Horizons, and then I have Magma Shelter, and then I can free up that slot for something else. Probably to allow me to free up a slot down here. I'll have to give that some real thought. I have this Mythos, which is cool, I guess. Not familiar with 60 firepower rolls yet? Okay. So the next step up for cooldown is what, 69 or 70? Doesn't help much, but technically not nothing. Would allow me to change up my skill tree a little bit. Hey Pinky, how you doing? Probably already capped on Sea Dark from Gear. Oh, there's a cap, right. Right. Yeah, probably. Because Marshall forces that. That's why these could stand to change. I'd want AP status for hands boots, but obviously my gear's gotta allow for that. Status especially for vulnerable duration would be good. Of all the new parts in my case now, it's so heavy. Oof. Glad to hear you got them all though. Marshall just guarantees it. Yeah, if it's 60%, then Marshall alone gets me that cap. Cool. It's also more flat AP by a little bit, because higher level. So for now, that's an upgrade. Does make me wonder about if there's any real reason for me to go for the other skill tree configuration, where I dropped these three, grabbed these two, and that one. But that would also just be passing while you're not moving. I could justify that there. I don't need perpetual motion, but I like perpetual motion. Sorry, I'm thinking out loud a lot, chat. This is what I enjoy with these games. I want to say the 3080 Ti is at least twice as heavy as my 2070 Strix. Notable weight difference. That's got to add to the satisfaction, though, because you got a tangible upgrade, not just in your performance, but physically the thing feels weightier. Good weight props. What can I upgrade? I can upgrade these concussioners for scaling up power simulation, but I'm trying to replace that, so I kind of don't want to do that. I guess this Marshal's armor can go up. This is probably long term because of Captain Hunter. But I need more extract. Do I have enough? Difference in cooldown without perpetual motion? It's like 0.6 seconds, 0.5 seconds, something like that. I'd effectively be trading 0.5 second cooldown for 15% resist pierce if I went that way. And 15 resist pierce in this setup is also 7.5% AP. So definitely more damage, but do I need that, or do I need application of my damage, is the thing. As much as I want to mess with that meme juggler, I'm not going to use it. Scrap grenade grand opening sounds fun, but like, I talked myself into keeping it again. I don't need that Amber Vault. That can go. I have a bunch of different final penance rolls. That Wicker can stay. It's the old mythos, Proliferation, Wrath of Moloch. I guess I'll keep that. Funeral Pyre is good, but honestly, I think I'd just want, if I was going for this, I'd want a purple so I could get Armor Pierce, and then I'd just hope for Shadow Comet or Wrath of Moloch, and then I could roll the other one. Yeah, alright, I can get rid of that. Thunderbird with Omen, just in case, I'll keep it. I don't need that Thunderclap. Allergies, the worst. Dumb moment though, forgot to update my BIOS for my newer CPU, wait for my roommate to wake up to us her laptop, use her laptop to download it, and then went to install and realized my MOBO's new enough that I'd get downloaded without needing to be in Windows. Nah, it's fine. Better a mistake out of caution than the opposite, you know? That could have gone the opposite way and been very problematic for you. I'm hoarding too much. I can feel myself being unreasonable. Alright, we'll get rid of that. But wait, that's anomaly status. It's Brawl and Tame Power. But it's only barrel roll. Maybe we don't get rid of that. Get rid of that one. Yeah. That one's just firepower. Get rid of that one too. Sell some shit. I'm trying to scrap enough to upgrade an item. It's hard. I don't need that. I need that. That's useful. That's also useful. Fuck. I get rid of that. All these sub 250k weapons for the next character. Somewhat, yeah. Some of them are for another character. Some of them are because a lot of builds that I've done or plan to do don't necessarily need an optimal firepower roll. Also for my sanity, I don't really keep too close of an eye on firepower things because that's a good way to go insane. Variance is bad enough. Okay, I think that's enough. Off to the salt mines. Evening shift. Have a good one. Take it easy, like a table. Thanks for stopping in. I appreciate you. Alright, level this now. That was so much effort just to get enough extract, and look, now we're back to 38. I started the stream at 69. Nice. But now I have 38. Ugh. That's another on-level piece. So what is our resting AP with first things first on? Still in the 1.8s. At 20k earlier today, it's gone now. It'd be like that. I got available here. Do a chem plant. I'm weird. I don't necessarily like chem plant. I know it's a popular one. It's beloved. I don't like chem plant. Maybe I'm weird. There's something wrong with me. But it's fast.
We've been detecting mass.
Fast forwards makes it love. That makes sense. That was satisfying. Oh. This is definitely one of those expeditions where the faster cooldown specs would be more optimal. But if I'm gonna fucking respec for Chem Plant, yeah, that's everything. Also not paid, otherwise people don't Stargrave. Stagger cost me like a second. Annoying.
Whatever that thing is, that's just disabling.
Why are you alive? Could have been faster, but I was putzing around a lot in the elevator room. Yeah, we're just having a good time.
There's an elevator in this lab.
Yeah, that matches our blueprints for the plant. The elevator of the facility.
You ever think we'll get skippable cutscenes for the pre-New Horizons exposition? I doubt it, but opium. The more I think about it, the more I'm captivated by the idea of like just another New Horizons style update where they go after the expedition system and make it not bad.
Shira, about those energy spikes? The insurgents had a functioning power cell down here.
What did you do with it?
It's disabled. I'll see if Zahidi can't take a look at it. And I found a pod down here.
You saved some lives today, Outrider. I would expect nothing
I always figured the
less from you.
cutscenes were in order to help older consoles play catch up during loading. That would make sense, Wesley, but
Outrider detected.
they introduced several expeditions post-launch that have skippable cutscenes. So, like, it's a head scratcher. That's some kind of randomizer. Chaos Chamber and My Outriders? Yes. You say that Wellspring is both skippable and non-skippable? Shit, you're right. Molten Depths has a non-skippable one as well. And a skippable. Wait, those two have both. Shit. I don't know, there's no consistency. Sure, I'll keep that. It seems funny. Why not? I played Final Fantasy XIV since January. Now I feel like I forgot how to play. Quick, get out before you remember how to play and it consumes your life. I've been told it's one of those kind of games. Okay, we broke 100 anomaly extract. Stonks. Truly moving up in the world. Meh. I'll keep rolling. Gamba Gamba. Get bored easily once I finish the new story stuff that won't happen. Ah. No, game really told me to stop. I'm not gonna. Mainly log in so I don't lose my house. Said everyone with a job. That's just good life advice. Alright, yeah, game's really telling me to stop. Also, my computer is making interesting noises. It's okay, you did good today. You did good. That's gonna be it for today. I'm gonna grab some food and stuff. We went a little bit over, but I'd like to give you guys a little bonus on Saturday, and I'm totally gonna frame it like that and not me being addicted to this game. Thanks so much for hanging out, everybody. I don't normally stream Outriders for anyone new here, but I've been enjoying the game a lot, and it's been something I've been doing in my off time. Tomorrow's my day off, so I'll next be live on Monday with Wonderlands. Gotta prep for the 24-hour. You stop it, fan. You stop it. I want to thank everyone for hanging out and supporting. And let's see who's live. Lazy's doing Monster Hunter. Bird's doing Outriders though. We get over to Bird. He's doing viewer runs. Actually, let's go to Lazy. I'm curious to see what Monster Hunter's like. I need to consume more of it to prep for my eventual Sunbreak addiction. So yeah, Lazy's playing Monster Hunter Rise, a game that's in my backlog. I'm gonna get to it eventually. I do own it, so I'll have to check that out properly. It's in there along with Strays coming out in a couple days. I still haven't played Devil May Cry 5, and I want to. Been meaning to circle back around to Godfall. Just lots of stuff happening. If you want to check out other stuff, Birdman's playing more Outriders. You can get over there if you want to watch him. Moxie's doing some Warframe. Yeah, lots of people live. It's Saturday. I hope you guys have a wonderful rest of your day. And thank you for all the love and support. It means a lot. Bye-bye.